All right, guys, we have the first pair for Junior Street Up. We have Lyndon Reynolds out of Mission, BC. Driving the 1998 Acura Integra. Lined up next to the black Super Sport pickup truck. Lyndon leaves a little early, the black pickup truck with a 004 reaction time. Crossing the finish line with a 9:55, 73 miles per hour. Integra running an 11:04 at 65 miles per hour. We have James McNeil in the right lane in the white 2000 Ford Mustang, driving with McNeil Family Racing. Lining up next to that black Jimmy, or possibly Blazer, in the tower lane. Mustang off the line a little slower, but getting to the end of the track faster with a 9:25 at 75 miles per hour. We got Jenna Monroe in the 2008 Tahoe in the right lane, lined up next to the SN95 convertible Mustang. Mustang getting off the line a little bit too hastily, going red by 400ths. Jenna Monroe getting there with a 1097 at 65 miles per hour. Mustang breaking the 8th mile beam with a 995 at 71. Now we have a Porsche SUV in the TCS lane, lining up next to a Ford F-150 in the Lordco lane. Porsche breaking the beams with an 834 at 86 miles per hour. White Ford runs a 1026 at 71 miles per hour. Now we have McKenna Thompson, 2024 Ford F-150 in the tower lane. Out of Mission, BC, lining up next to Douglas Kvass, Pitt Meadows, BC in the 1987 Chrysler Woody Wagon. McKenna Thompson getting off the line with a 006 reaction time. 8th mile ET 892 at 78 miles per hour. Douglas Cavass runs a 1260 at 55 miles an hour. We got the last pair of Junior Street lining up here. Ashley Ledrette in the red Kia, lining up next to that blue GMT 800 Super Sport pickup truck. Blue pickup crossing the stripe with a 885 at 80 miles per hour. Ashley Ledrette got off the line a little quicker. She ran a 1046 at 67 miles per hour. And that'll wrap us up for Junior Street. So now we'll be moving on to the Junior Dragsters. In the right lane, we have Nash Gallant out of Chilliwack, BC, driving with Mulder Trucking, Crystal LeJager? DeJager? With Remax and Lori Peterson. Left lane, the silver, purple, and black car. I have no information on. You guys are going to have to bear with me a little bit. We're using a new computer system, so I have very limited data on cars and drivers and where they're from and what they're running and whatnot. Left lane is Dallas Jackson. Dallas Jackson's out of Abbotsford. Dallas Jackson locking down a 1209, getting there first at 51 miles per hour. Nash Gallant runs a 1255 at 50 miles per hour. Another pair of juniors pulling up to the starting line. We have Cadence Rodrigue out of Chilliwack, BC, 2006 Creative chassis. Lining up next to Pearson Mass out of Maple Ridge, BC. Pearson in the Lordco lane, driving for New Elevation Civil Construction. Cadence Rodrigue leaving the line a little bit early. Pearson Mass running a 12:34 at 51 miles per hour. Cadence runs a 9:07 at 72. Now we have Wesley Armstrong out of Chilliwack, BC, driving with Fountain Tire and Badass Garage. 2012 Martin chassis junior dragster. Lined up next to Alex Green in the Lordco lane with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical. Alex Green leaving green, running a 9:01 at 72 miles per hour. Wesley Armstrong going a little bit red, crossing the beams at 8:93, 71 miles per hour. Now we have Ashton Katnick out of Maple Ridge, BC, driving with TK Performance and Lordco. Lined up next to Paige Barlow out of Mission, BC. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro to the staging lanes. In case you missed it, attention in the pits. Pro, we need you guys in lanes 1 through 4. That's pro to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Up next in the TCS lane, we have Grayson Mass, Maple Ridge, BC. Making sure those tires are nice and sticky. He's driving with New Elevation Civil Construction. Lining up next to Owen Armstrong out of Chilliwack, BC. Owen is piloting a 2004 Creative Junior Dragster chassis, driving along with Lordco and Elite belts. Grayson Mass with a clean leave, running a 906 at 69 miles per hour. Owen Armstrong leaving a little red, runs a 1236 at 51 miles per hour. Now we got Nate Green in the left lane. Driving with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical. Lining up next to Jackson Cowie in the right lane. Driving a 2020 Huddleston Junior Dragster chassis with Mundy's Towing. Nate Green crossing the 8th mile beams with a 908 at 70 miles per hour. Jackson Cowie running a 1554 at 39 miles per hour. We got Jack Green in the tower lane. Pulling up to the starting line right now for a little solo run. Driving with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical. Jack Green putting down a 1211 at 53 miles per hour. We got Hunter Gallant in the right lane. Driving with Mulder Trucking Crystal. Crystal DeJagger with Remax Lori Peterson. 2017 Junior Dragster chassis. Left lane running a 813 at 77 miles per hour. Hunter in the right lane a 845 at 78 miles per hour. Now we got Coco Kowalski out at Chilliwack, piloting a 2018 Huddleston chassis junior dragster, lined up next to Connor Jackson out of Abbotsford in In a 2014 Mike Boss, Connor is driving with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil Fit Lab, Rodrigue Family Racing. Connor Jackson, quicker off the line with a 0.44 reaction time, putting down a 791 at 81 miles per hour. Coco Kowalski running a 794 at 82 miles per hour. Isabella Marshall now in the left lane here out of Vernon, BC. Racing today with Canco Petroleum and De Silva Auto World. Next to Hunter Thompson in the Lordco lane out of Mission, BC. Hunter Thompson getting off the line pretty quick with a 0.15 reaction time. Breaking the beams at the 8th mile with a 792 at 82 miles per hour. Isabella Marshall with a 809 at 81 miles per hour. We got Adam Katnick in the left lane in the candy red flaked out 2023 Boss Junior Dragster. Driving with TK Performance and Lordco. In the right lane, in the JBS Equipment Hot Pink Machine, we have April Bond. Bond getting off the line a little quick. Adam Katnick with a fantastic reaction time. A 002, putting down a 794 at 80 miles per hour. April Bond running a 793 at 80 miles per hour. We got the final run of juniors for junior dragsters. First round of qualifying, pulling up to the starting line right now. Gray Sean in the Lorca lane. Here from Dunmore, Alberta. 2022 Mike Boss chassis, driving with Kids Play Preschool. Left lane bumped the car before it was fully staged past the starting line. Gray Sean running a 796 at 81 miles per hour. Left lane car is back up and running. And I lied a minute ago. This is the final run of Junior Dragsters for qualifying round number 1. .051 reaction time, crossing the finish line with a 8:04 at 80 miles per hour. And that will bring us on to first round of qualifying for Pro ET. First two pro cars pulling up to the line. Starting our first round of qualifying, brought to you by Muffler Tech Automotive. Brendan Piskacek getting off the line cleanly with a 0.77 reaction time. Running a 10.91 in the left lane. Right lane gets there quicker with a 10.53 at a $1.29. We got Cassie Tippy, 65 Patina Nova wagon, lined up next to Rich Dice, 73 Chevy Nova. Both cars getting off the line with a 0.99 reaction time. Right lane, Rich Dice breaking the quarter-mile beams with an 11.10 at a $1.19. Cassie Tippy running an 11.38 at 117 miles per hour. Now we have John McLean out in Nanaimo in that 1969 Ford in the tower lane, lining up next to Ryan Warnke's 1983 Chevy S10, powered by a 355 with Warnke Motorsports. up launch for the old Ford in the tower lane. And John gets there first, too, with a 1095 at 120 miles per hour. Ryan Warnke running an 1142 at $1.16. We got Wayne Douglas in the right lane. In that 440 powered Dart GTS. Big launch for the Nova in the tower lane. We got Jim Stahl in the tower lane. 2000 Ford Mustang GT. Lining up with Steve Baskerville in the right lane. 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. Jim Stahl. Little too anxious to get to that finish line, leaving a little bit red. Baskerville running a 1334 at $1.06. Jim Stahl putting down a 1081 at $1.24. Now we have Steve Watkins. Out of Hillsboro, Washington, driving a 2017 C7 Corvette. Lining up next to Jason Cooper's 72 Ford Maverick. Jason Cooper popping the front tires off the ground with a quicker launch. Leaving with a 0.29 reaction time and breaking the beams with a 991 at 133 miles per hour. Steve Watkins putting down an 1117 at $1.26. Now we have Jenna Pobson, 79 Chevy Malibu in the left lane, lining up to another Chevy Malibu in the right lane. Well, no matter who won that, or I guess put down the fastest time in that run, you could say it was a Malibu. Left lane put it down with a 1030, 125 miles per hour. That was Jenna Pobson driving. Right lane ran a 1060 at $1.24. We have Ralph Ellers in the Fox Body Notch Mustang, leaving a little early. S10 the left lane, leaving with a 0.24 reaction time, crossing the stripe with a 1074 at 121 miles per hour. Ralph putting down a 1063 at $1.25. Lance Cherchuk in the left lane. That 340 powered Plymouth Duster, Leduc County, Alberta. Next to Amber Rutherford's 66 Mustang, powered by a 545 big block Ford. Lance getting off the line a little bit quicker. Amber getting there first with a 924 at $1.42. Lance putting down 1121 at 117 miles per hour. We got Alan Prock in that mean green Cuda out of Port Moody. Lined up next to Lost in Time, Dennis Winton, 1966 Chevy. 427 small block powered car that had a little bit of a problem at the starting line. Jumped the line a little bit early. Alan Prock with a clean leave. Crossing the stripe with a 975 at $1.32. We got Nick Douglas in the right lane, or the left lane, lining up next to that red Mustang in the right lane. Mustang getting there first. Then 1161 at 115 miles per hour. Nick Douglas putting down a 1206 at a $112. Bobby Ellers in the right lane. 1989 notchback Mustang. Lining up next to John Tabak in his rad Torque Systems Chevrolet S10. Little LS powered square body S10. John getting off the line a little quicker with a 017 reaction time. Right lane getting to the finish line quicker with a 1020 at a $130. John putting down a 1038 at 127 miles per hour. We got Ron Walsh in the left lane, driving that second gen 1980 Chevrolet Camaro. Line up next to the big turquoise Chevy wagon. Both cars wheels up at the starting line. Wagon leaving a little bit early by 800ths. Camaro getting down there with a 1039 at 130 miles per hour. That big old wagon putting down a 1204 at a $108. Now we have Matt Warner, 66 Merc. Always a fun car to watch. This car is going to be a wheels up leave for sure. Lining up next to Chris Stone out of Mission, BC. Stone Cold Racing 1968 Dodge Dart, powered by a 440. Big wheelie as expected from Matt Warner. Past the 60-foot mark. Right lane lighting up the wind light. 1011 at 129 miles per hour for Chris Stone. Matt Warner putting down a 1042 at a $124. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen, we need you guys to the lanes. Super Pro, you're on standby. That's sportsmen to the lanes. Super Pro, you're on standby. Up next, we got Carl Lawson in that F-body. In the left lane, 95 Camaro out of Fircrest, Washington, with a 014 reaction time, getting off the line quicker than Lauren Ridley in the right lane. 72 Skylark, powered by a 468. Kyle Larson putting down an 1105 at 121 miles per hour. Lauren Ridley running a 1221 at a $114. Lorenz Schwartz in the left lane, 1983 Monte Carlo Supersport G-Body, the first year of the Supersport Monte Carlo. He's here out of Langley. Lined up next to Ron Thibault, Lone Butte, BC, Lone Butte. It's 1967 Chevelle. Great looking car. He's sitting behind a 468 big block Chevy, getting off the line with a 009 reaction time. Solid leave for Ron. Lorenz Schwartz getting there first though with a 10-0 at 133 miles per hour. Ron locking down a 10-16 at a $129. We got Doug Classen out of Medicine Hat, Alberta, in the J-body in the left lane. That is a 1996 Pontiac Grand Am. Lined up next to that old square body Chevy truck. Couple of green lights, clean launches for both vehicles. Left lane, Doug getting there with a 960 at 143 miles per hour. Square body truck running an 1146 at $113. In the left lane, 1988 Pontiac Firebird, Pierre Barr. He's sitting behind a 427 under that hood. Car's nicknamed Frenchie. Next to Steve Lowe in that 77 Buick. Steve Lowe having a bit of a problem off the line. I see brake lights before the 8th mile. Steve Lowe got off the line a little quicker with a 070 reaction time next to Pierre Barr's 092. Pierre crossing the stripe at the quarter mile with a clean run at 10:59, 128 miles per hour. All right, well, the 77 Buick idled its way off the track into the pits. So we got room for the next run here. Oldsmobile Cutlass T-top car in the tower lane lined up next to Ray Bollinger's 1963 Pontiac. Powered by a 355 small block Chevy. He's here driving out of Maple Ridge, BC. Both cars go red. Left lane goes red by slightly less. So right lane had the cherry lit up. Left lane running 1172 at $113. Right lane Ray puts down a 1053 at 124 miles per hour. Now we got Craig Johnson in the left lane. Another wheels up car, always entertaining to watch. 1979 Chevy Malibu wagon. If you're in the grandstands, keep your eyes on this solo run, guys, because for the first 100 feet, he's going to see nothing but the sky. Clean lead for Craig Johnson with a 014 reaction time. Getting across the finish line with a 1046 at 121 miles per hour. We got Jessica Armstrong in the right lane, going a little bit red, lining up next to that Cadillac sedan. Right lane running a 1323 at 102 miles per hour. Left lane with a 1524 at 90. Brendan Piskacek getting down there first. 13:23 at 101. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, this is your final call. Final call for sportsman. If you are in the sportsman class, this is your final call to the staging lanes. Up next, we have Dan Piskacek in the convertible Fox Body Mustang. That's a 1988 flavor. In the left lane, in the right lane, we have Darcy Clark in a 2009 Dodge. Darcy getting off the line a little quicker with a 0.75 reaction time, putting down a 13:58 at a $1:03. Dan Piskacek running a 14:00 at 98 miles per hour. Kevin McCauley, Tower Lane, 1983 Cutlass. Lining up next to Veronica Hodgson in Veronica's Poly Gold 1969 Dodge. Just wanted to give a quick shout out, Muffler Tech Automotive. Muffler Tech Automotive is a trusted automotive repair and performance shop in Maple Ridge, BC. Known for its commitment to quality workmanship, honest service, and customer satisfaction. Specializing in everything from routine maintenance and diagnostics to custom exhaust systems, suspension upgrades, alignments, brakes, and tires, the team combines decades of industry experience with a passion for performance. Whether you're maintaining your daily driver or enhancing a custom build, Muffler Tech Automotive delivers reliable, professional service designed to keep your vehicle running at its best. There we have Veronica heating up those tires with a healthy burnout. Both cars pulling up to the starting line right now. Kevin McCauley leaving early by 900ths. Veronica Hodgson with a clean leave, getting across the line with a 1180 at a $1:10. Kevin putting down an 1170 at a $1:14. Taryn Monroe in the right lane. Late model F-body car, 1997 Pontiac. Lining up next to the black GMT 800 pickup truck. Taryn Monroe, Lordco Lane, putting down a 1365 at 99 miles per hour. TCS Lane with a 1432 at 95.
Yeah, you guys can see it. The red lights are.
Just a minor little delay here. Sounds like one of the cars felt like tossing a little V-belt onto the track, so we're going to go ahead and get that off the track and on the right lane, 63 Ford. Left lane, white car leaving a little bit quicker. Colin Moore is on a rip, making it down there, 1194 at 111 mile per hour. Ford in the left lane running a 1404 at 96. We got Josh Klosky in the right lane out of Quesnel, 1990 Chevy Blazer. Josh Klosky driving with Greg's Flooring, Design Flooring, Grizz Contracting, and Gibson's Racing Trans. Lined up next to Tyson Lowe in the third gen Camaro. That's a 1984. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you guys in the lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, you guys are on standby. That's Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, you guys are on standby. Jordan Ormsby, Tower Lane, 1999 Pontiac. Trans Am lined up next to somebody. Have no information on that silver car. Jordan Ormsby's special thanks to Andy Hatton for building the car. Jordan Ormsby putting down a 12:35 at a $1.09. Baby Blue, 66 Mustang, getting off the line with a clean launch, 011 reaction time. Breaking the beams at the quarter mile with an 1185 at 112 miles per hour. Nick Douglas lining up next to the Mustang. The red Mustang Mach 1 in the right lane. Mustang leaving a little bit early. Going red by 100th. Or 13th out. Nick Douglas with the 017 reaction time, putting down a 12:13 at 112 miles per hour. I believe that's McKenna Thompson in the left lane. As I mentioned earlier, I have very limited information on my screen. McKenna Thompson is getting off the line quicker, 030 reaction time. Steve Watkins, 2017 Chevy Corvette, of course, getting there first with a 1094 at 127 miles per hour. Steve Watkins is here from Hillsboro, Oregon. Hey, we got some info. That is Justin Winton and that big old turquoise 1966 Chevy wagon. Justin Winton sitting behind a 383 under the hood, lined up next to Ryan Ledrette out of Maple Ridge in the 71 Chevy. Ryan Ledrette going red by 8 thou. Justin Winton with a clean leave at 0.63 reaction time. Crossing the beams at the quarter mile with a 12:01, 109 miles per hour. Ryan Ledrette putting down an 11:49 at a $1.16. Now we have Dexter Winton, also out of Langley, 1966 Chevy. right, we got our first pair of dragsters in the Super Pro class for their first round of qualifying. We got Daniel Rodrigue in the left lane out of Chilliwack, BC. He's piloting a 2008 T&T dragster chassis, powered by a 615 cubic inch V8 engine, lined up next to Emily Gerard, 02 undercover. Emily's sitting in front of a 582 big block Chevy. Daniel Rodrigue getting there first with a 734 at 182 miles per hour. Emily Gerard with the 890 at $172. Jan Christensen in the left lane. 1978 Z28 lined up next to Daryl Tippy in the gold 62 Chevy in the right lane. Wow, clean launch for both the cars. Daryl Tippy, 005 reaction time. Jan Christensen, a 006 reaction time. Daryl getting down the strip first with a 1045 at 127 miles per hour. Jan Christensen with a 1053 at $125. We got Mark Mascant out of Vernon, nitro pinball car. That little 77 Chevy Monza. I love me an H-body. Powered by a 406 small block Chevy. George LeBlanc in the right lane. Wheels up lead for George. 1966 Chevelle Super Sport. Powered by a 582. George with a 010 reaction time. Mark having a bit of an issue on the starting line. Sat at the green light for 6 seconds. George crossing the finish line with an 877 at $153. We got Lance Cherchuk in the right lane, Leduc County, Alberta. 1970 Plymouth. Powered by a 5.7 liter Hemi. Lined up next to Ted Buss out of Shawnigan, BC in that 34 Ford. 427 powered. 427 Chevy powered. Under the hood of that seaweed flamed out hot rod, putting down a 896 at 144 miles per hour. Lance running an 1121 at 117. We got John Brining in the left lane, Parksville, BC. The red 1980 Chevy Camaro, powered by a 632, lined up next to that black notchback Mustang, which I'm sure I'll have some information on fairly shortly. Mustang getting off the line quicker, 040 reaction time. John Brining in the 1980 Chevy in the tower lane, running a 942 at 147 miles per hour. Now we got Jason Gibson in the right lane out of Surrey in the 91 notchback Mustang. Driving with Gibson's Racing Transmissions and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Kevin McNichol, left lane, clean launch with a 006 reaction time in his 67 Chevy. McNichol running at 974 at 136 miles per hour. Jason Gibson, a 952 at a $141. We got Sean Jestico out of Courtney, BC. 79 Pontiac in the left lane. Powered by a 496. Getting down there with a 983 at 135 miles per hour. Right lane putting down a 998 at a $132. Jeff Alder, Shawnigan Lake, BC in the Model T. 1927 Model T in the Tower Lane. Lining up next to Colton Morin. 07 Race Tech chassis. Colton sitting in front of a 615 big block Chevy. Colton Morin leaving a little bit early. Jeff Alder gets off the line cleanly. Colton getting to the quarter mile with a 765 at 172 miles per hour. Jeff Alder with a clean run, 1130 at a $109. We got John Jenkins, 1988 Chevy S10, 406 Chevy. Got a quad zip couple weekends ago. Quad zip reaction time. Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Monte Carlo in the right lane. Wow. And I was just saying quad zip for the left lane. John Jenkins a couple weekends ago, he just put down a 000 with a 5. Another John Jenkins perfect reaction time. 0005 reaction, crossing the stripe with a 1005 at 131 miles per hour. Lorenz Schwartz running a 1000 at a $133. Now we got Mike Stewart, Bucky, driving Chiclet, 1967 Chevy 2, powered by a 421 Sahota. Mike Stewart with Bucky's Excavator, Bucky's Mini Excavator, and Slickworks YouTube channel and custom paint. Mike Robinson in the right lane, 1927 Ford, powered by a 448. Bucky Stewart getting off the line with a 004 reaction time, running a 1005 with 131 miles per hour. Mike Robinson getting there first, though, with a 916 at a $141. Kevin Garlick in the left lane, 1971 Chevy Camaro. Vinyl top Camaro. Don't see that all the time. Very nice looking car. Lined up next to Wes Vath, 83 Firebird, powered by a 598 Dart. Driving with Acumen Machine. Both cars getting off the line a little bit sleepy. Left lane getting there first, though. 893 at a $149. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Hot rods, lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, you're on standby. That's hot rods. Hot rods in the pits, you're in lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, you guys are on standby. Beautiful wheels up leave for the F body in the left lane. Dragster in the right lane on a rip. 788 at 167 miles per hour. Firebird crossed the finish line with a 10:17 at a $1:26, and it is worth mentioning he got off the line with a 006 reaction time. Smoky burnout for Stephen Robert, 1934 Chevy. Stephen Robert getting off the line a little bit too quick. Emma Debris getting off the line a little too slow. Something happened there. Emma got off the line with a almost 3-second reaction time and then shut it down as soon as the car started making its way down the track. So we're going to get that figured out, what happened there. Well, Emma's car is pulling off track under its own power. That's a good sign, but some didn't feel quite right, so she shut her down. Track is clear, track is safe. Red lights off, let's go racing. Jim Benke, 1967 Cuda, powered by a 440 Mopar. 67 Cuda, known as one of the, if not the largest back glass of any car from the muscle car era. Chris Stone in the right lane, 05 Dodge, powered by a 512. reaction time in the left lane, 0.14 in the right lane. Left lane breaking the beams first with a 8.06 at 161 miles per hour. Right lane running a 10.10 at a $1.29. Right here at the NHRA Northwest Division John Scotti Canadian Championship Series. Ron Fawcett in the right lane, Nanaimo, BC, 1923 Model T. Altered car, running a 565. Blue dragster in the left lane. I'm waiting on the system. Get some fresh data input. So I got a bit more information, as I've mentioned earlier. Very good launch for the left lane with a 003 reaction time. Getting to the end of the track with a 728 across the finish line at 180 miles per hour. Ron Fawcett putting down a 1034 at 98 miles an hour. Monique Ambrosi in the dragster in the left lane, putting down a 786 at a $1.68. Aaron Young running a 774 at 170 miles per hour. Now we have Paul Soares, 1995 Pontiac Grand Prix. Here from Terrace, BC, in that 584 powered J-body car. Lined up next to Shea Svedek out of Langley in the 1971 Ford-powered front-engine dragster. Up launch and a clean launch for Paul Soares in the left lane. 003 reaction time, getting across the stripe with an 801 at 170 miles per hour. Shea Svedek running a 920 at a $1.43. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, we need you guys in lanes 3 and 4. Super Street, lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp, you guys are on standby. That's Super Street, lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp, you're on standby. Wheels up launch for Craig Johnson. John Tabak in the right lane with a 008 reaction time. Getting off the line very nicely there. Putting down a 1034 at a $1.28. Craig Johnson, how about 1042 at 121? We got Dale Wood in the left lane. Orange 1972 Chevy Nova, powered by a 383. Rob Monroe in the right lane. Old Hot Rod crossing the line in the Lord Colane with the 882 at 152 miles per hour. Dale Wood putting down 1124 at $1.17 in his Nova. We got Tyler Smith in the left lane. Black on black on black, 1968 Chevy Chevelle. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Comp, we need you guys in lanes 5 and 6. Super Comp, you guys come on down to lanes 5 and 6. In case you missed it, attention in the pits, Super Comp. We need you guys in lanes 5 and 6. Stock, you're on standby. Standby, stock. Terry Hookston's leaving a little red in the left lane. Jamie Wellwood in the right lane with a clean launch. 805, quarter mile ET, 165 miles per hour. Silver Bullet. Dave Bull in the left lane here out of Qualicum, 1964 Chevelle. He's sitting behind a 468 under the hood. Lined up next to Dennis Winton, 66 Chevy. Looks like Dennis Winton with a clean run this time. Had some issues he had to sort out after the last run, it looked like. Dave Bull getting across the line with a 966 at 135 miles per hour. Dennis Winton putting down a 1031 at $130. Well, we got a bit of a drip coming out of the car in the burnout box in the right lane. Making a little bit of a puddle there. Alex Eber in the left lane. 1967 Nova. Powered by a 565 big block Chevy. '67 Nova, shutting her down way early. Coasted across the finish line. Couple of healthy burnouts from a couple of healthy Chevelles. We got Ryan Ledrette in the left lane, 1971. Walter Johnson in the right lane, 1972 Chevelle. Ryan Ledrette, bit of a staging problem there. Walter Johnson getting off the line clean with an 11.05 at 120 miles per hour. We got Ryan Ledrette reset at the starting line. We got the Chaotic Customs Patina C10 Pickup truck in the Lordco lane. TCS lane, we have Barry Batterson. 1965 Dodge powered by a 498. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Stock, lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle, you're on standby. Standby motorcycle, stock, 1 and 2. Daryl Tippy, left lane, gold. 62 Chevy with a 008 reaction time. Jerry Brabander in a 63 Chevy 2 in the right lane with a 021 reaction time. Daryl Tippy crossing the finish line with a 10:43 at 128 miles per hour. Jerry Brabander running a 10:60 at a $1.24. Wayne Douglas putting down a 10:59 in his yellow Dodge. Crossing the stripe with 123 miles per hour. Yeah, we got a couple Camaros out there. Right lane going red. Brad Vinci in the left lane, the 68. 011 reaction time. Both cars on a 1090 dial. Brad Vinci putting down a 1092 at 148 miles per hour. Chevy gets off the line clean. 1094 quarter mile ET at 142 miles per hour. Right lane runs at 1096 at a $1.30. Novas with 026 and a 021 reaction time. Right lane getting there first. Black car put down a 1085 at 90 miles an hour. 1119 at a buck 39 in the tower lane. We got Alan in the left lane, his 1967 Nova. Driving with JBS equipment, lined up next to Sylvia, 1966 Ford Fastback. In the right lane, Sylvia launching a little bit early. Alan with a clean lead with the 011 reaction time. Alan putting down a 1095 at 149 miles per hour. Sylvia stopping the timer with a 1075 at a buck 35. We got Adventure Dan Parsons. Quality Racing in the left lane, 1970 Plymouth. Lining up next to that first gen white Camaro in the right lane. Adventure Dan with a 1087 at a buck 30 miles per hour. White Camaro putting down a 1088 at a buck 30. We got Zach Zerbrus, 1968 Chevy Camaro in the left lane, lined up next to Rick Hilburn from Kennewick, Washington. And that third gen 1988 Camaro powered by a 406. Zach Zerbrus with a 006 reaction time. Rick Hilburn getting there with a 1091 at a buck 34. Zach Zerbrus running an 1115 at a buck 27. Getting into the power is Zach Rice out of Tacoma in that 63 Nova. 555 big block Chevy putting down a 1095 at 149 miles per hour. And we're getting right into Super Comp. couple of dragsters with some freshly cleaned off sticky tires. We got Justin Bond in the left lane. Revving up that 615 sitting behind him. Right lane, we got Richard Love out of the Soyuz, BC. 1987 dragster chassis. Richard Love's units pushed down the track by a 350. .008 reaction time for Justin Bond. Richard Love got there first though with an 889 at 153 miles per hour. Justin Bond put down a 1072 at 88. Right lane, we have Emily Gerard, 2002 undercover dragster, powered by a 582 big block Chevy. Left lane, we got Dave Archambault out of Calgary, Alberta, 1991 Ford Probe. Another Ford with a Chevy under the hood. Emily Gerard getting off the line quicker with an 039 reaction time. Next to Dave's 085. Emily putting down a 886 at 173 miles per hour. Dave Archambault runs a 882 at a $157. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, we need you guys in lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, lanes 5 and 6. Super gas, you guys are on standby. That's standby, super gas, motorcycles 5 and 6. Couple more dragsters lined up in this super comp. Qualifying here, Reed Holland in the left lane goes a little bit red. Tom Papp in the right lane running an 892 at a $164. Mark Loftus getting down the track first. He's here out of Summer, Washington, with an 887 at a $166. Well, I heard we have a clear track here at the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series. Gonna send a couple more dragsters down the strip. Looks like we got Brandon Hutchinson. Shawnigan Lake 2022 dragster, the short little car on the left lane. We got Dale Green, 22 Mullis chassis in the right lane.
So how you making out up here, Mike?
I'm enjoying myself, having a good time.
Excellent. Doing a good job. Dale Green, 005. No surprise there. Veteran Super Comp guy well under the index with an 867. Brandon Hutchinson, 889 with a 0. Absolutely perfect if you want to be holding one. So James Cowie from Mundy's Towing coming up right-hand lane. Multi-generations of Cowies. Selene Lenahan, left lane. Winds up 931. James Cowie, just about exactly where he wants to be. 889, doing a $183.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need super gas lanes 3 and 4. That's super gas lanes 3 and 4. Top comp, you guys are on standby. Standby, top comp, super gas 3 and 4.
Warren Keane and Stephen Horton. Prince George, BC in the left lane. Port Orchard, Washington in the right. Steve Horton, 891 with a 2 on the 890 index. Nicely done. Warren Keane, gonna have to speed it up a little bit, went 914. Here we go with stock, super stock combo, and we are gonna start things off with a couple of really cool Mopars. Clarence Bidniak in the right-hand lane. In his 1970 Plymouth Satellite. 440 cubic inch big block Chrysler under the hood. B-stock automatic. Working on an index of 1125. Tower side, local guy John Buczynski. His AAR CUDA. This is the real deal. E-stock automatic index of 1170. So Bidniak turns it red by 20. Buczynski, a solid 0.26 reaction time. How about a 10.23 for Bidniak? Qualifies over 1 second under his index. Buczynski, 10.67. Also over 1 full second under the index. Not a bad pair. Now Daryl Stobie and Jim Mantle. So Jim Mantle in what will, in all likelihood, be the slowest car in the field. A V-stock automatic. It's a little 6-cylinder with a 2-barrel underneath the hood. Working on an index of 1550. Daryl Stobie, the nice wheels up launch in his 64 Chevelle. Superstock J automatic. Stobie, 10.06 to be 94 under the 11 flat index. Jim Mantle with a 14.52. 98 hundredths under. Alf Weeb in the Buick Skylark, tower side of the racetrack. This is a stick car. So Alf Weeb goes 10:58 at 127 on the 1150 index. Norm LaPointe, meanwhile, 10:76 on the 12 flat index. Wow, almost a 1 1/4 second under run. Now Bruce Flodine and Pete Legg. A couple of guys we haven't seen out here in a while, especially Bruce Flodine in his Q-Stock automatic 1995 Dodge Dakota pickup truck. Little V6 under the hood. Pete Legg with his P-Stock automatic 1956 Chevy 150 panel. Such a cool car. Flodine is absolutely perfect on the starting line. How's Trip Zip sound? Then 1352 against the 1380 index. Pete Legg runs above the index. Was pretty solid on the tree with an 035 reaction time. Now Rick McKinney and Burke Taylor. You know, of note, Rick McKinney and Darryl Stobie ran each other in a national event final round a little earlier this year. So Burke Taylor in the right lane, 022 to start things off, and 10:22 at the finish line. McKinney 10:18 on the 1120 index. There's another car at over 1 second under their personal index. So we have a racer in distress. Attention to the pits. We have a racer in distress. At least that's how we'll phrase it. We've got a racer looking for the services of a notary. If there is a notary on site, or if you know of a notary near on site, come see us up in the tower and we'll see if we can get you hooked up. So again, a racer in distress, a racer in need of a notary. I could fake it, but it's probably not what he's after. So Greg Marshall and Darcy Clark will be the next pair. Darcy Clark in the 64 Plymouth B-Stock automatic 426 Hemi car. This is the real deal. Darcy Clark is about a hardcore Mopar guy as you'll find anywhere. So safety just having a look at the surface up top. So Marshall, K-Stock automatic, 88 Oldsmobile Cutlass. 1265 the index. Darcy Clark with 1125 index and B-Stock automatic. Quite the variety of cars you're going to see in this class, and they're all the real deal. Got to have the correct engine. Correct lots of stuff. Darcy Clark 046 up front against the 1125 index, goes 1124. Well, he's under, but not by much. Greg Marshall 1216 on the 1265 index.
Little S10 with a clean run there. Putting down a 1017 at 129 miles per hour. We got Kyle Larson, 95 Chevy Camaro, lined up next to Ed Halter out of Linwood, Washington, in a much newer Camaro.
Would be a factory stock. Sorry, an F-stock automatic. How's that for a nice wheels up launch? So somebody didn't shift on time. Hodder with a 1011 against the 1060 index, almost 50 under. Kyle Larson 1083 on the 1125.
That may have been Larson hitting limiter a little bit there. We got a 55 Chevy, left lane, first year of the Tri-5 cars, Ken Johnston. 1117 dial, getting off the line with a 003 reaction time. Next to Dave Jung, 96 Chevy Camaro.
So Ken Johnson in the left lane behind the wheel of that 55 Chevy with just 265 cubic inches under the hood, and gets that big heavy car to go 11-13 at 117 miles an hour. Nicely done. Dave Jung, meanwhile, in the right lane, also with the wheels up launch. 1057 on the 1125 dial. 62 under.
Torrey Hadley on a buy run. 85 Mustang Fastback putting down a 1096 at a $120.
So that's going to do it for qualifier number 1 in stock, super stock combo. So they'll get a second qualifier before we roll into eliminations.
We got motorcycles coming up. By the looks of the staging lanes, we got quite a turnout of motorcycles.
And here comes Wild Bill. reigning track champion. Wild Bill has been doing this for a few years, to say the least. He's officially the first winner at this facility, back when it opened in 1992. Bill McDonald 0-14 up front, then 9-12 through the finish line, doing 140 miles an hour. Two more for you. Isaac Hazelton from right here in Mission. Right-hand lane. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, top comp. This is your call to the lanes. Top comp, we need top comp to the staging lanes. And we'll put you guys in lanes 5 and 6. One more time, that was top comp to the lanes. Top comp to lanes 5 and 6, and we'll give a standby call to our junior program. Junior dragsters and junior street. This is your standby call. Please start getting ready to go. Once again, we need top comp to the lanes. Top comp to lanes 5 and 6, please. So Isaac Hazelton in the right lane goes 11:47 at 121. Jay Dudley was in the left lane, went 9:64 at $140. Couple more Albertans, Clayton Potter and Steve Campbell. Steve Campbell's in the right lane out of Airdrie, Alberta. Clayton Potter in the left lane out of Calgary, Alberta. Oh, Steve Campbell turns it red. He's going to get one of them trip zip red time slips. Quicker bike by far, goes 8:14 at 155. Clayton Potter doing 1:47, but just 9:58. So once again, we're looking for top comp to lanes 5 and 6 with juniors on standby. Now Riley Toth. The Toth family out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. And Mark Campbell. Gotta think Mark's related to Steve. Both out of Airdrie, Alberta. Riley leaves with a nice 18 light. He leads the way. Here comes the finish line, and it says 8:56 at 1:49 for Riley Toth.
Definitely some problems going on in the Lordco lane. Heard a whole lot of rev limiter, and the bike kind of drifted off towards the center of the track there.
Now Dave Toth and Zach Toth. Remember I mentioned the Toth family? So Dave would be the dad. Also track manager, I believe that'd be the correct title. In Medicine Hat. And another trip zip red. That's two of them. just in this first opening round of qualifying for motorcycle. Dave was solid with an 0.24, then 8.40 at 156. Zach Toth, 8.47, also at 156. .908 in the right lane. Adam Hetler was in the left with a 9.53. That'll bring up a couple local guys, Daryl Storzik and Kevin Brennan. So Kevin Brennan is a guy who was a multi-time track champion here at Mission, then took some time off. But he is back racing in 2026. Kevin Brennan, 0.15 on the tree. Yep, that's getting it done. 8.98, 138 miles an hour. Daryl Storzik arriving at the finish line well ahead with an 8.71 at 146. And now Allemond. Multi-time track champion. I think he's been track champion like 75 times or something. Well, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but I do believe it's been like 13. Corey Craig, Tower Side. And the stretched out Suzuki. Craig goes 791 at 170 miles an hour. Allemond with an 894 at 144 miles an hour. Got Jody Brickwood sitting in the water. Going to be our final bike. Oh. Second to final bike. Got a little ahead of myself. Hey, we should mention Racers for Christ will be hosting a non-denominational chapel service tomorrow morning. That will take place third floor of the timing tower at 7:30 a.m. Want to start your morning off right? Go hang out with Martin. Again, RFC, non-denominational service, Sunday morning, 7:30 a.m. So Brickwood goes 9.25 with a 1. 136.4 miles an hour. Started things off with an 0.28 reaction time. Now our final bike out of Leduc, Alberta. On an 04 Hayabusa. JMs. So Jay probably making more use of the rev limiter than he had planned.
And that was the last run of first round qualifying motorcycles. Brought to you by Mountain View Harley Davidson, full service Harley Davidson dealership based in Chilliwack, BC. Serving the Fraser Valley and beyond, they offer new and pre-owned Harley Davidson motorcycles, plus parts, accessories, apparel, and full service and maintenance for V-twin bikes. From cruising the valley to hitting the open highway, Mountain View Harley Davidson in Chilliwack is the Fraser Valley's home for new and used Harleys, performance parts, and everything you need to keep the ride going strong. Coming up next, it looks like we got some super gas action. We got some staging lanes filled with race cars. Good to see.
I do believe I hear super gas coming. The third of our 3 super gas or super categories, all part of the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series. And super gas is the one in the middle. Super Street 1090, Super Comp 890, and here comes super gas on the 990 index. We're going to start off with Rory Moser and Glenn Ingleton. Moser out of Red Deer, Alberta. Ingleton, local guy from right across the river in Surrey, BC. 69 Corvette. That for many years was kind of the flagship for Corvette specialties. Glenn Ingleton kind of was Corvette specialties. Ingleton turns it red by 31. Rory Moser was plenty safe on the green side with a 189 light. At the finish, 1 over, 1 under. Rory Moser goes 992. Glenn Ingleton, little on the quick side with a 984. That'll bring up a couple of Corvette Roadsters. Dan Davis out of Tacoma, Washington in the 63. Ed Hutchinson, right-hand lane, out of Victoria in the 57. How about 985 for Dan Davis? Absolutely perfect if you want to hold 5. Ed Hutchinson with a 10:02 at 159, so he can afford to speed it up a little bit. Now Dale Dryden and Dave Archambault. Dave Archambault in the right lane in a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air Roadster. No, they didn't make them that way. Dryden also in a 57, but a Corvette. Both cars on and off the throttle stop. So Archambault, way out in front, goes 999 at 160. Dryden with a throwaway run, winds up 1171, coasting through at just 114. Now Mark Simmons out of Medicine Hat. Gonna play in Super Gas this weekend. Used to seeing Simmons in a dragster. So Mark Simmons making some horsepowers. 174 miles an hour in super gas. Going 980. So when the car spends like half an hour on the throttle stop, you know he's making some horsepower. Brandon Hutchinson now. Shawnigan Lake, BC. Red by just 7 thou. Through the top end with a 986 with an 8. Doing 160 miles an hour. And Kirk Lance in his slow car. Kirk Lance is that guy running Pro Mod in his Top Sportsman car. Another one of these guys that spends seemingly forever on the throttle stop. So he was 009 up front, then 1014 off the gas at 134. So just a little reminder to junior classes, you're still on standby. We need you to be ready to go, but we have not yet made that call. Apparently we've got some of you showing up. So again, juniors, your call coming up very soon, but just hang on a little longer.
All right, guys, taking a little breather here. Oh, I hear engines.
So here comes Top Comp. Essentially, if you're familiar with Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, well, this is kind of those two classes combined. It actually existed before those two classes. And what happened was it became too big. So they decided to split up the door cars and the dragsters. However, as part of the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series at National Open events, we still run Top Comp. We're going to start off with G. Van Brouwer and Jay Severston. G. Van in the dragster, Severston in the Dodge Dakota pickup truck. So top comp contested to the 8th mile. Could have maybe pointed that out. The G. Van Brar goes 5:01 at 137. Jay Severston was ready to go, was 0:12 on the starting line, then 5:73 off the gas and coasting just 99 miles an hour. That'll bring up a pair of dragsters. Brad Powell just recently bought this car off Derek Shirk. Started out borrowing it. Had so much fun in it, he had to buy it. Steve Horn, Tower Side, with that very cool Sonny Leonard Hemi. 762 cubic inches. Valve covers are only slightly smaller than a regulation football field. There was two guys ready to go. Horn goes 0:15 on the tree, only to be bettered by Powell, who was 0:05. So did you notice that Steve Horn had a dial on the car? He predicted 428. Well, he went 428 with a 1. That's not bad. Just a lucky guess, I guess. Brad Powell was 456. Now Ken Orser in one of Bob Marshall's old comp eliminator cars. Absolutely gorgeous Pontiac GTO. Do believe it's a Jerry Bickle built car. And Colton Morin in the right-hand lane. Colton behind the wheel of the dragster. Ken Orser just goes like up in smoke. Colton Morin was 0:23 up front, then 485 at $141. So Ken Orser still rolling along. Looks like he's under power. So he should be making it off the surface under his own steam. Got two more in the water. So two more for you. The looks of it, an ex-Pro Stock pickup truck in the left lane. Don't have a name for you quite at this point. Daryl Baker behind the wheel of the S10. Logan Bell driving the dragster in the right lane. There we go, 4 bulbs lit. Bell turns it red by 8 thou. Baker is 19 up front, then 5 seconds exactly through the top end. Logan Bell with a 4:46. Now father and son. No, never mind. We've got Lincoln Shirk in the right lane for a second there. I was thinking it was going to be Derek Shirk, dad, over here in the left lane, but it's James Kennedy. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Juniors, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take juniors to the lanes. Thunder, come on down to lane number 1. Lightning, come on down to lane number 2. And Junior Street, come on down to 5 and 6. So again, lanes 5 and 6 for Junior Street. Lane 1 for Junior Thunder. Lane 2 for Junior Lightning. So James Kennedy driving his own dragster this weekend. So far it's been Dan Rodriguez's ride. So Kennedy goes 016 on the starting line. Nicely done. And 466. Lincoln Shirk goes 481. Now Dane Lachelt. And Monique Ambrosi. Monique with the baby blower combo over there in the right lane. LeCelt having issues. They did have the car fired. Looks like they're pushing it back now. The good news for them is 2 rounds of qualifying and/or time trials this morning, so they'll get another shot. So Monique will be out there all by herself. So Monique Ambrosi out of Indiana. There's a little bit of a hike. Thanks for coming out. 027 up front, then 446. So, Mike, you were telling me you own a car, kind of similar to Rutherford's ride over there in the right lane.
Yeah, not quite as nice, though. Mine's a 1951 flavor. It is a 2-door, but it's more yard art than anything right now.
Gotcha.
It's in my row of project cars outside of the shop. Currently have 15 of them. But I'll get to him eventually.
So James Rutherford coming up right-hand lane, the 49 Ford. 632 cubic inch Ford power. That Rutherford family, I tell you. No Chevrolet power over there. Absolutely not. Cody Baker, tower side. Cody Baker was 010 on the starting line and left second by 7 thou. Rutherford was 003 up front, then 554. Cody Baker goes 450 in the dragster. Paul Soares drags out the old 55. Sharp looking car, left-hand lane. Brandon Thomas. Part of the JBS team over there in the right lane. Brandon out of Georgia. It's kind of nice when the boss man's got some spare dragsters kicking around. So little baby blower combo over there in the right lane. .434, 161 miles an hour for Brandon Thomas. Paul Soares in the 55 goes .475. Now, ironically, both drivers with 0.57 reaction times. One green, one red. Mike Scholl, the TNT dragster. Mike out of Calgary, Alberta. He'll line up beside Scott Robinson, the Rad Torque Systems Beretta. Robinson out of Chilliwack. About a half hour east down the number one. Mike Scholl, 436, 159, initiated with a 005 reaction time. Robinson turned it red by 22, then 487. Zach Clark, local guy from just up the street. Part of the Rad team. Haven't seen Zach racing here at Mission in a little while. Good to see him out there. Mike Kenworthy in the right lane. That 92 Firebird. Clark goes 011 on the tree, then 439 at a $158. Mike Kenworthy, not sure what he was waiting for. Top end, he goes 525 at 131. Ed Vanderkoy, a dragster with fenders. Vanderkoy out of Barnwell, Alberta. Derek Shirk, Towerside. Shirk was 013 up front. Vanderkoy turned it red by 27 thousandths. Shirk 458 at 154 miles an hour. So pretty healthy top comp field here. The Northwest National Open, the River Valley Drag Strip right here at Mission Raceway Park. Again, part of the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series. So we have made the call for junior dragsters. We need Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Junior Street to 5 and 6. So Greg Dowdy and Glenn Monahan. Dowdy all by himself goes 006, then 507 at 133 miles an hour in his, well, new to him dragster for 2026. So now Willie Oliver, Tower Lane, Rad Torque Systems. Another baby blower combo. Dale Phillips in the right lane. And that very cool Top Sportsman Mustang. Dale Phillips 005, Willie Oliver 021. Willie with a 428 at 158 mile an hour pass, left side TCS lane. Dale Phillips goes 474 at 142 miles an hour in the right lane or Lordco lane.
Bit of a wheels up launch for Monty Beagle in the right lane there. Stopping the timer. 4:39 at the 8th mile, 157 miles per hour. Aaron Young in the left lane, putting down a 486 at a $140. Dane LeKelt in the right lane out of Kelowna, BC. Jeremy Soares left lane, the 01 Cameron dragster. Jeremy Soares with a 007 reaction time. Dane in the right lane with a 008. Solid lights at the starting line. Dane gets there first with a 404 at a $179. Jeremy Soares with a 460, 149 miles per hour. Adams' white Camaro putting down a 525 at 131 miles per hour. Now on to Junior Street. Lyndon Reynolds in the left lane, 98 Acura Integra. Josephine Smith going a little bit red in the right lane. Lyndon Reynolds putting down an 1116 at 65 miles per hour. Josephine Smith with a 957 at 73. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, come on down to the lanes. Lanes, this is your call. Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Sportsmen, you guys are on standby. Pro to the staging lanes. Sportsmen, you're on standby. James McNeil ran a 924 at 75 miles per hour in his Mustang in the left lane. Jackson Dow put down a 1060 at 64 miles per hour. Now we have Tony Michael, 06 Chevy Super Sport truck, lined up next to Shelby McNeil's 2010 Nissan. Tony Michael getting down there in his blue pickup truck, running a 911 at 69 miles per hour. Shelby McNeil went a little bit red, 977 at 70 miles per hour. Now we have Jenna Monroe, 2008 Chevy Tahoe in the left lane. Next to Abel McAllen in the white F-150. Abel McCallum leaving early by 700ths. Jenna Monroe with a 146 reaction time. Crossing the 8th mile stripe at 1091 at 65 miles per hour. Abel putting down a 1028 at 71 miles per hour. Ford v. Ford lineup here. Owen Harvey, 78 Ford, dent side truck in the tower lane. And we got Cash in the 94 Mustang convertible. Owen Harvey going red by just 7 thou. Cash putting down a 993 at 70 miles per hour. Owen Harvey with a 1031 at 68 miles per hour. Now we got Douglas Gavass out of Pitt Meadows. And that front-wheel drive 1987 Chrysler Woody wagon. Lined up next to McKenna Thompson. ...2024 Ford F-150. Well, McKenna Thompson going red at the starting line. Douglas Gavass leaving green with a 1249 at 55 miles per hour. McKenna running a 964 at 74 miles per hour. We got Ashley Ledrette out of Maple Ridge, BC in the red Kia. In the Lordco lane, TCS lane, we have Nick Bono. And on my screen, it says 2023 Ford. That is most definitely a Porsche. .860 in the left lane, 85 miles per hour for the German Ford. Ashley Ledrette puts down a 1057 at 67 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. We got Clarence Bidniak. He needs a stock type half-inch oil pump pickup for a 440 or a 426. Look for Clarence's 1970 Roadrunner. It's yellow. He needs a stock type half-inch oil pump pickup for a 440 or 426. You can find Clarence's Roadrunner over by the Max Fox building. He would greatly appreciate that. And I'm back. Junior Street is done. We're on to Junior Dragsters. Right here at John Scotti Canadian Championship Series. Owen Armstrong getting off the line with a 098 reaction. This is the second round of qualifiers for juniors. We got Ashton Katnick in the left lane, driving with TK Performance and Lordco. And in the Lordco lane, we have Alex Green, Abstract Glass, and True North Mechanical. Alex Green with a fantastic reaction time. 001 reaction time. Ashton Katnick getting to the finish line first, though, with a 894 at 73 miles per hour. Alex Green putting down a 901 at 72 miles per hour. Had an interesting messenger, so to speak, come up to the tower, and he said, "I'm not sure how you're going to word this over the speakers, but could you please let dog owners know that if your dog does its business and you put it in a poop bag, please don't throw that poop bag in the outhouses. Use a garbage can." Because we do have people that come around and obviously have pump trucks that deal with what is supposed to go in those outhouses, and a plastic bag is not something that could, I'm assuming, not something that could smoothly go through one of those pump trucks, and it could be an extra expense for us here at Mission Raceway, so please just throw it in the garbage can. We would appreciate that. Nate Green getting off the line with a 054 reaction time. Paige Barlow in the left lane with a 088. Nate Green getting there first with a 904 at 70 miles per hour. Paige Barlow putting down an 1177 at 56. We got Wesley Armstrong in the right lane, Fountain Tire and Badass Garage. Lined up next to Cadence Rodrigue in the tower lane. Right lane goes red. Cadence in the left lane does a 903 at 71 miles per hour. Wesley Armstrong put down a 895 at 71. Left a little bit early, though. Now we have Grayson Mass out of Maple Ridge. New Elevation Civil Construction in the left lane. Right lane, we have Jack Green. Another green boy driving with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical. Couple of green lights here. Grayson Mass in the TCS lane 900, 70 miles per hour. Jack Green putting down a 1204 at 51 miles an hour. Jackson Cowie in the right lane for a bye run. Jackson Cowie of Langley, BC. 2020 Huddleston chassis, driving with Mundy's Towing. Left a little early and crossed the finish line with a 1544 at 40 miles per hour. That's a wrap for Junior Thunder, second round of qualifying. We got Junior Lightning. First two cars of Junior Lightning lined up for Q2. We got Hunter Gallant, Chilliwack, BC, driving with Mulder Trucking and Crystal DeJager, with Remax and Lori Peterson in the left lane. Adam Duds in the right lane. Couple of green lights. Hunter gets off the line a little quicker with the 0.25 reaction time. Add-in Duds gets to the finish line quicker with an 8.06 at 77 miles per hour. Hunter with an 8.51 at 78 miles per hour. We got Connor Jackson in the tower lane, lined up next to Bentley Johnson in the right lane. Connor Jackson driving a 2014 Mike Boss chassis junior dragster. Bentley Johnson, also Mike Boss. That car is a 2025 flavor, just about brand new. Connor Jackson driving with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, Fit Lab, and Rodrigue Family Racing. .792 at the big end for Bentley Johnson, 81 miles per hour. Connor Jackson left a little early, but he put down a 7.87 at 81 miles per hour. Isabella Marshall in the left lane. Here out of Vernon, BC, Canco Petroleum, De Silva Auto World, next to Coco Kowalski. Here from down the road in Chilliwack. Coco Kowalski getting off the line pretty clean. 0.21 reaction time. Isabella going a little bit red. Isabella running a 8.15 at 81 miles per hour. Coco putting down a 7.92 at 83 miles per hour. We have Gray Sean in the left lane. 2022 Mike Boss chassis. Adam Katnick in the right lane. 2023 Mike Boss chassis. Adam's driving with TK Performance and Lorco. Gray Sean with Kids Play Preschool. Two green lights as the junior dragsters make their way to the 8th mile. Left lane gets there quicker with a 7.92 at 81 miles an hour. Adam Katnick putting down a 7.97, 81 miles an hour. We got April Bond for a solo run in the Tower Lane in the hot pink JBS Equipment Junior Dragster. Another JBS Equipment Junior Dragster lining up for a solo run. We got Hunter Thompson piloting this car. Hunter Thompson lighting up the red, getting off the line early, but putting down a 792 at 82 miles per hour. And that was the last two runs of the juniors Q2. We got Pro ET coming up for their second round of qualifying. Couple of wheels up launches. Rick in the 73 Chevy in the tower lane, leaving with the 062 reaction time, getting across the line with an 1104 at 120 miles per hour. Cassie Tippy in the 65 Patina wagon, running 1134 at a $1.17. We got Bobby Ellers, 89 Fox body, lined up next to Ian Higginson, who went a little bit red off the starting line. Bobby Ellers with a clean leave, 055 reaction time. Crossing the finish line of the 1019 at a $1.30. Ian Higginson runs a 1060 at 128. Now we got Ryan Warnke, 83 S10 Extra Cab, powered by a 355. Driving with Warnke Motorsports, lined up next to Jason Cooper in the Lordco lane, 1972 Ford Maverick. Small truck, big engine, lined up next to small car, big engine. Couple of green lights, two clean leaves from both the drivers. Jason Cooper, clean run, 990 at the big end, 133 miles an hour. Ryan Warnke crosses the stripe with an 1146 at a $1.15. We got John McLean, 1969 Ford, vinyl top car in the tower lane.
Oh, so sorry, bro. I literally saw that.
That 363 V8 out in the open air, lined up next to Lance Churchuk from Leduc County, Alberta, 1970 Plymouth, Lance going a little bit red off the line. John McLean laying down a 11:04 at 120 miles an hour. Lance putting down an 11:22 at a $1.17. We got Ralph Ellers, 91 notch Fox body, pulling up to the staging beams, and Mike Render in the 85 Chevy S10. Mike Render going red by 1 thou. Ralph Ellers with a clean launch. 1061, 125 miles per hour. Mike Render stopping the timer at 1071 at 122 miles per hour. Nick Barnhart, 79 Mustang hatchback in the right lane. Powered by a 408 stroker under that big old hood scoop. Lined up next to that G-Body Malibu. Malibu going red off the line. Nick Barnhart also going red off the line, but by 200 or 2 thou less. Crossing the finish line with a 1066 at 126 miles per hour. Malibu ran a 1055 at a $1.24. Steve Watkins, Hillsboro, Washington. 2017 C7 Chevrolet Corvette in the Lordco lane. Looks like he's got a 6.2 liter under the hood. Lined up next to that turquoise 66 Malibu wagon. Or not Malibu wagon, 66 Chevy wagon at any rate. Wagon gets off the line red. Red by 9 thou. Corvette crosses the finish line with an 11:00 at a $1.27. Wagon with a 12:12 at a $1.08. Kyle Fredrickson, 1985 GMC single cab short box square body. A style of truck that in recent years has absolutely exploded in value. Lined up next to John Tabak's S10 LS powered little truck. John going red by 7 thou. Kyle Fredrickson clean off the line with the 055 reaction time. Stopping the timer at 11:43, 114 miles per hour. John running a 1034 at a $1.28. We got Matt Warner. Keep your eyes on the Lordco lane. 66 Merc that loves getting those front tires off the ground. Lined up next to Steve Baskerville, 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. Big wheels up launch as expected from Matt Warner. And a clean leave also, 026 reaction time. Crossing the stripe at 1042, a $1.25 miles per hour. Steve Baskerville running a 1391 at a $1.07. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsmen, this is your call to the staging lanes. Sportsmen, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Sportsmen to the staging lanes. Stand by, Super Pro. Lorenz Schwartz, 83 Monte Carlo. Gets off the line clean. Nick Douglas, 23 Super B in the right lane. Went a little bit red. Lorenz Schwartz with a 010 reaction time. Crossing the stripe. 10:01, 134 miles per hour. Nick Douglas with a 12:10 and a $1.12. We got Chris Stone in the black 1968 Dart 440 car. That's Stone Cold Racing, lined up next to Ron Walsh in the 1980 second-gen Chevrolet Camaro. 4 staging bulbs lit up. Both cars wheels up. Chris Stone with a 004 reaction time. Ron Walsh leaving early by 800ths. Chris Stone putting down a 1008 at a $129. Ron Walsh with a 1037 at 131 miles per hour. Now we have Dennis Winton in the Lost in Time 1966 Chevy with a 427 under the hood. Lined up next to Jenna Pobson, the 79 Chevy Malibu. Green light for both the cars. Solid run. Jenna Pobson with a 1030 at 126 miles per hour. Dennis Winton, 1033 at a $131. Now we have Jeff Whitworth out of Nanaimo. Another S10 extended cab, this one a 1984 flavor. He's got a 436 small block Chevy under the hood, lined up next to Wayne Douglas, who recently had a birthday here at the racetrack, in his yellow Dart GTS. Jeff Whitworth with a better reaction time of 026. Putting down a 1064 at a $105. Wayne Douglas stops the timer at 1060, 124 miles per hour. Ray Bollinger, left lane, Maple Ridge, BC, in that 1963 Pontiac. Powered by a 355 small block Chevy. In the right lane, we have Doug Klassen out of Medicine Hat, Alberta, in that 1996 Pontiac Grand Am. Doug Klassen with a clean leave off the line, 029 reaction time. Ray Bollinger left a little early by 500ths. Doug putting down a 958 at 141 miles per hour. Ray a 1051 at a $125. We got Amber Rutherford from Wembley, Alberta, in the red 1966 notchback Mustang. Amber's got a 545 big block Ford under the hood. Lining up next to a T-top G-body Cutlass. In the Lordco lane, Cutlass leaves a little bit early. Amber with a clean leave, 035 reaction time. Stopping the timer at 928, 143 miles an hour. Cutlass runs a 1170 at a $114. Craig Johnson, 79 Chevy Malibu wagon. Lined up next to Kyle Larson, 95 Camaro. Kyle's here from Furcrest, Washington. Craig Johnson about to pop those front tires sky high. Always a big wheels up launch by Craig Johnson, this time with a 006 reaction time. Solid leave off the line. Kyle Larson, decent reaction time also with a 087. Craig Johnson, though, getting there first with a 1040 at 122 miles per hour. Kyle Larson putting down a 1084 at a $121. We have Lauren Ridley in the left lane now. 72 Skylark. He's sitting behind a 468 under that hood. Jim Stahl from Tulalip. 2000 Ford Mustang. Coyote powered car. Mustang gets off the line nice and tidy. The 074 reaction time. Lauren Ridley leaves quite a bit early. Lighten up that cherry. Jim Stahl putting down a 1072 at 124 miles per hour. Lauren Ridley with a 1220 at a $1.02. We got Del Northgraves in the right lane, 1977 Chevy Nova. Lined up next to Zach's 68 Camaro. Looks like we got Pierre Barr out in Nanaimo in that 88 Pontiac. Going for a buy run. Just a little note here for the racers. If you're leaving your rig here between now and the Rad Torque Sports Nationals, parking for rigs is on the spectator side. Park your rig on the spectator side if you're leaving it between now and Rad Torque Sports Nationals. Also, importantly, racers who are pitted in the road course area must move or vacate your spot on Sunday night after racing. That's racers who are pitted in the road course area. You got to move out of there on Sunday night after drag racing. We got Haley Christensen, Chaotic Customs in the Patina 67 Chevy C10. Getting off the line with the 049 reaction time. Lined up next to Jan Christensen, 2009 Cadillac sedan. Haley putting down an 1188 at a $1.13. Jan Christensen stopping the timer with a 1523 at 92 miles an hour. Brendan Piskacek in the left lane in that 1990 Ford Fox Body GT Mustang. Lined up next to McKenna Thompson, 2025 F-150. Clean launches for both drivers. McKenna Thompson getting off the line slightly quicker with a 027 reaction time. Brendan Piskacek crossing the finish line first with a 1322 at 102 miles per hour. McKenna Thompson running a 1447 at 95 miles per hour. Just a reminder for all those racers and everybody who's in the pits, Helmets are required for all pit vehicles. That is not a golf cart or a side-by-side. So if you're on 2 wheels or 3 wheels or 1 wheel, for those unicycle riders, you do need helmets. That means bikes, scooters, mini bikes, etc. Also, nobody under the age of 16 is allowed to drive a pit vehicle. .1194 in the right lane, 111 miles per hour. Darcy Clark in the left lane, putting down a 1356 at 103. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. That's Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, you guys are on standby. Hot Rod, standby. Super Pro, staging lanes. We got Veronica Hodgson, 1969 Dodge, lined up next to Jim Olson in the convertible SN95 Mustang. Mustang going red by 2 thou. Veronica Hodgson with a clean leave. Veronica getting across the finish line with an 1175 at 110 miles per hour. Jim Olson in the Ford with a 1532 at 88 miles per hour. Steve Watkins, 2017 Chevy Corvette, leaving early by 8 thou. And the Baskerville VW is making its way down the track. That Volkswagen Golf R crossing the finish line with a 1324 at 109 miles per hour. Steve Watkins ran an 11.00 at a $127. Taryn Monroe, late Model F body in the right lane, 1997 Pontiac. Lined up next to Jessica Armstrong, 1975 Dodge. Brown car with the beige vinyl top. Very 70s color combination. Love to see it. And we got a 04 and a 04 reaction time. Jessica Armstrong driving with Armstrong Family Racing. That thing's powered by a 318, and that thing powered her across the finish line with a 1318 at 103 miles an hour. Taryn Monroe put down a 2067 at 83 miles an hour. Now we got Josh Klosky out of Quinnell in the 1990 Blazer. Square body Blazer. He's got an LS under the hood. Driving with Greg's Flooring, Design Flooring, Grizz Contracting, and Gibson's Racing Trans. Mustang crosses line with an 1160 at 115 miles per hour. Josh Klossy gets there first though, Within 11:36 at a buck 18. Couple of single cab, short box Ford pickups. Left lane, the gray truck is Rob Getz out of Kamloops. 2024 Ford F-150, 5-liter Coyote powered truck. Rob Getz a little slower off the line, but man, that thing boogies once he got going. Crossing the finish line with an 11:71 at 102 miles an hour. Sophia Getz running a 16:15 at 88 miles an hour. Jordan Ormsby out of Langley in the left lane. 99 Pontiac, powered by a 383 stroker motor. Jordan wants to give a special thanks to Andy Hatton for building the car. In the right lane, we have Tyson Lowe piloting that 3rd gen Camaro, 1984. Tyson Lowe with the better reaction time, 0.75. Jordan Ormsby drove around him though, got there first with a 12:32 at 110 miles per hour. Tyson Lowe putting down a 12:99 at a buck 02. We got Kevin McCauley, 1983 Cutlass in the right lane. Lined up next to Baby Blue, this 66 Mustang. Cutlass stops the timer first with an 11:65 at 115 miles per hour. We could put a name to that T-top G-body Cutlass. That is driven by Jason Mercer. It's a 1984. The Ford in the right lane, though. Still waiting on some info for that car. Anyways, Jason putting down an 11:77, 113 miles per hour. Ford in the right lane with a 13:93 at 97 miles per hour. Looks like Justin Winton just going for a solo run there. A little bit of liquids coming out the front end of Alex Stobie's 64 Chevelle there. Justin Winton stopping the timer with a 12:12 at 108 miles per hour. Well, looks like we got just a quick little track cleanup. We're going to get some more of these sportsman cars making some passes. We got Zell Gould, 2000 Chevy pickup, lining up next to Dexter Winton, the 66 Chevy four-door car in the right lane, powered by a 283. Wow. Zell in that GMT 800 pickup truck in the tower lane just left with a trip zip reaction time. 0006 reaction time, putting down a 1412 at 96 miles an hour. Dexter Winton ran a 1787 at 76 miles an hour. Well, a trip zip. So Zell, come on up to the tower. Get yourself a Perfect Light sticker and a Perfect Light cup. Nick Douglas getting his back tires nice and sticky, cleaning them off for this drag strip here. 2023 Super B lining up next to Darren Martin's 2005 GMC crew cab pickup truck. Nick Douglas with the 1219, 112 miles per hour, went red by 200ths. Darren Martin, 1679 to 81 miles an hour. We have Ryan Ledrette in the right lane, 1971 Chevy Malibu. He's here from Maple Ridge, just down the street, with a 001 reaction time. Stopping the timer with an 1165 at 116 miles per hour. Wanted to give a little shout out to River Valley Ford, Mission's only Ford dealership. Serving the Fraser Valley from its Lougheed Highway location, it's a single location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales, certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck services, financing, parts, detailing, full maintenance work. From daily drivers to Super Duty tow rigs, River Valley Ford in Mission is the Fraser Valley's one-stop Ford headquarters. Sales, service, fleet trucks, and the parts to keep you moving all season long. And a recap from some earlier announcements. Clarence Bidniak, 1970 Roadrunner. He was looking for a stock type half-inch oil pump pickup for a 440 or 426. I hope he got sorted out. Not sure if he did. Another recap from announcement made earlier. Someone noticed somebody threw a doggy bag, if you know what I'm talking about, in the outhouse. And plastic is not supposed to go. Well, there's just about only 3 things that you can put in an outhouse, and plastic bag is not one of them. Please use our garbage cans if you pick up your dog's mess. Use our garbage cans. And I don't know if you heard it earlier, racers, if you're leaving your rig between now and the Rad Torque Sports Nationals, parking for rigs is on the spectator side. Also, racers who are pitted in the road course area on the west end of the track, you must move or vacate your spot on Sunday night, tomorrow night after racing, because the road course area will be used. Here we go. Couple cool looking Super Pro hot rods. Jeff Alder, Shawnigan Lake, BC in the 27 Model T in the left lane. He's sitting behind a 468 cubic inch engine that's shining away in the sunlight. Lining up next to Ted Buss in a 1934 Ford, also from Shawnigan, powered by a 427. Jeff Alder is driving with Straight Line Race Cars and Trailside Contracting. Jeff Alder leaving quite a bit early. Ted Buss, decent reaction time. 027, putting down an 894 at 145 miles per hour. Jeff Alder with an 1177 at a $113. Colton Morin in the dragster in the left lane. He's sitting in front of a 615 big block Chevy. Lining up next to Kevin McNichol, 1967 Chevy 2. Kevin McNichol lighting up the red by 7 thou. Colton Morin, clean leave and puts down a 764 at 173 miles per hour. Kevin McNichol stopping the timer at 972 at a $137. G. Van Brar in the gray dragster in the Lordco lane. That is a 2012 undercover dragster chassis, lined up next to Lance Chercook. 1970 Plymouth 5.7 Hemi engine under that hood. He's here from Leduc County, Alberta. Reaction time in the right lane. G. Van Brar puts down a 789 at 168 miles per hour. Lance Chercook with a 1124 at a $117. Jan Christensen, Camaro in the left lane. It's a 1978 Z28. Next to Mark's wild-looking Nitro Pinball, 1977 Chevy Monza. He's got a 406 small block Chevy under that big old hood scoop, and he just left with a 008 reaction time. Mark putting down a 1032, 131 miles per hour. Jan Christensen with a 1052 at a $124. Dragster crossing the finish line with a 724 at 182 miles per hour. Daryl Tippy in the gold Chevy running a 1044 at a $128. Now we have John Jenkins, who dropped a Trip Zip, a perfect reaction time last race. 1988 Chevy S10 long box truck powered by a 406 Chevy. And John didn't do it again. He went red by 9 thou. George LeBlanc in his 66 Chevelle Super Sport gets off the line cleanly with an 874 at 153 miles per hour. Now we got Mike Bucky Stewart, 67 Chevy 2 powered by a 421 Sahota. His car that he calls Chicklet, driving with Bucky's Mini Excavating and Slickworks YouTube channel and custom paint. Lined up next to the white Dragster, which I don't have any information on currently. Mike Stewart going red by 11 thou. Dragster clean off the line with a 050 reaction time, putting down a 761 at 172 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers. Door slammers, this is your 20-minute standby. That is door slammers. This is your 20-minute standby. Another clean launch for both racers. Sean Jestico gets off the line a little faster in his 79 Pontiac, but Kevin Garlock gets there quicker with an 889 at a $151 miles an hour. We got Paul Soares in the 95 Grand Prix here from Terrace, BC. Lined up next to that blue Dragster, which I do not have any info on. Paul Soares, little J-body Pontiac. Car that started out life as a front-wheel drive economy car. Now a rear-wheel drive horsepower machine, but he does go a little bit red. Right lane with a 007 reaction time. Stopping the timer with a 7:17 at 184 miles per hour. Paul Soares running at 802 at $1.70. We got Jason Gibson in the right lane. Out of Surrey, BC, Gibson Racing Transmissions and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Man, that Bucky guy's got a lot of friends, I tell you. Jason Gibson getting there first with a 951 at $1.41. Black Mustang running a 1016 at $1.30. Now we got Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack in the right lane, 2002 undercover dragster. She's sitting in front of a 582 big block Chevy. We got Emma Debris in the left lane. Here comes trouble. Driving with Cal Tire, Rapid Heating and Plumbing. Quick run, 7:45. Quarter mile ET at $1.79. Emma running an 8:76 at $1.50. We got Christopher Ermsby, 69 Chevy Nova in the right lane. Mike Robinson, little 27 Ford Hot Rod in the tower lane. And the little hot rod gets there first. That 448 was hauling that car down the track pretty well. 912 at 142 miles per hour. Chris Ermsby drives a 994 at $1.32. Now we got Stephen Robert in the right lane. 34 Chevy. Lining up next to Daniel Rodrigue out of Chilliwack, BC. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Hot rods. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Hot rods, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Martin Rochelle, 79 Malibu. Tidy Leave with a 008 reaction time, getting across the line of the 1083 at $1.29. Wes Vaff run a 917 at 148 miles an hour. Now we got Ron Fawcett out in Nanaimo, BC, in that slightly altered car in the left lane. 1923 Model T, powered by a 565. Lining up next to Monique Ambrosi from Plainfield, Indiana. It's a bit of a drive to get here all the way from Indiana. Monique piloting her 2000 dragster. Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Monte Carlo. Lined up next to John Brining in the 1980 Chevy Camaro. I got a 468 in the left lane, lining up next to a 632 in the right lane. 4 staging lights lit. Green light. John Brining gets off the line a little bit early though. Lorenz Schwartz with a 013 reaction time. John Brining with an engine almost 200 cubic inches bigger. Puts down a 921 at a $148. Lorenz Schwartz with a 1001, 134 miles per hour. We got Aaron Young in the right lane. 07 PSP dragster. 598 cubic inch big block Chevy. Lined up next to Lincoln Rutherford, Wembley, Alberta. In a 79 Ford. It's like a little Ford Pinto. 427 powered car. Lincoln running a 958 at 138 miles per hour with a solid reaction time. Getting off the line with a 006. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers. This is your call to the staging lanes. Door slammers, we need you guys in lanes 3 and 4. Door slammers, lanes 3 and 4. Overflow is going to be in lanes 5 and 6. That's door slammers 3 and 4. Overflow in 5 and 6. We got Chris Stone in the left lane, 2005 Dodge. Lined up next to Jim Benke. Jim's driving a 67 Cuda. Chris Stone, of course, Stone Cold Racing. Willowbrook Chrysler. Jim Benke with a big wheels up launch. Chris Stone getting off the line with the 013 reaction time. Locking down a 864 at 158 miles per hour. Jim Benke putting down a 1021 at 132 miles per hour. Solid burnout by Jeremy Soares. 2001 Cameron Dragster in the right lane. We got John Tabac in the left lane. 89 Chevy S10. Little LS powered square body S10. got a clean launch from both drivers. Couple of green lights. 728 in the right lane, 181 miles per hour for the dragster. John putting down a 1035 at a $128. Now we got Shay Svetic in the 71 dragster, Ford-powered front-engine dragster in the right lane. Lined up next to the wheelie wagon, Craig Johnson, 1971 Chevy Malibu. Craig Johnson driving with Johnson's Custom Exhaust. .027 reaction in the left lane, 021 in the right lane. And Shea gets there first with a 925 at 141 miles an hour. Craig Johnson putting down a 1041 at a $123. We got Greg Dowdy up for a buy run. Raw carbon fiber body on that dragster. Pretty sweet looking. .003 on the line. 003 off the starting line. 803 at the finish line. Through the trap at the quarter mile at 162 miles per hour. We got Haley Christensen, Chaotic Customs, the Patina C10 truck in the left lane. Lined up next to Tyler Smith, 1968 Chevy Chevelle in the right lane. Well, we got a couple Robs on the line here. Rob Monroe in the hot rod, left lane. Rob Hodgson in the right lane. Left lane getting there quicker with a 1036 at 90 miles an hour. Rob Hodgson putting down a 1057 at a $125. Now we got Sean Langley, the red Mach 1 Mustang in the left lane, lining up next to Daryl Tippy in the right lane. Daryl's driving the 62 Chevy Nova. Daryl getting off the line pretty good with a 010 reaction time. Getting across the line first with a 1042 at a $128. Sean Langley stopping the timer, 11.61 seconds at 115 miles per hour. Now we got a couple 72 Chevys lining up. We got a Nova flavor on the left lane and a Chevelle flavor in the right lane. Nova driven by Dale Wood, powered by a 383, and Dale Wood got off the line cleanly. Walter Johnson goes red by 6/10,000ths of a second. A trip zip 6 red light. Gotta say, that's gotta hurt. Dale Wood putting down an 11.26 at 117 miles per hour. Walter Johnson with an 11.21 at 119 miles per hour. Alex Ebert just finishing up his burnout in the left lane. 67 Nova with a 565 big block Chevy. Lining up next to Jamie Wellwood in the 32 Bantam bodied car. Getting a little swirly after the 8th mile mark. Jamie car was rocking a little back and forth there, putting down an 8.36 at 151 miles per hour. Alex Ebert running an 8.86 at a $1.51. Now we got Barry Batterson, Mission BC, 65 Dodge, a black car in the Lordco lane. He's got a 498 pulling that thing down the track. Lining up next to Jeff Eason, 1972 Mustang Mach 1. Clean run for the 65 Dodge. 973 at 138 miles per hour. Jeff Eason putting down a 1059 at a $1.26. Now we got Dave Bull in the tower lane, driving the 64 Chevelle Silver Bull It, powered by a 468. He's here from Qualicum, BC, lining up next to James Dobson, 1970 Chevy Camaro. Dave Bull in the 64 Chevelle with a 008 reaction time, crossing the stripe with a 968 at 136 miles per hour. James Dobson in the 70 Chevy Camaro stopping the timer at 10:33 with 128 miles an hour. Now we have Jerry Brabander, 63 Chevy 2 in the left lane, powered by a 350. Lined up next to Jeff Eason's 1972 Ford Maverick. Jeff leaving early. Jerry's got the green light. Jerry putting down a 1057, 124 miles per hour. Jeff Eason running a 989 at 134 miles an hour. Nice smoky burnout by Ryan Isherwood. Ken Hogue is in the right lane, 64 Fury. Car is no longer leaking any liquids out of the cooling system, so he's back for another shot at making a clean pass. Ryan Isherwood, of course, a few weekends ago with a quad zip reaction time. 1966 satellite down here from Cobble Hill, BC. Ryan Isherwood getting there first with the 1082 at 122 miles per hour. Ken Hogue 1090 at $1.21. Andy Antle. That's a pretty cool looking patina pickup truck in the tower lane. That thing's got a great look to it. Lining up next to Terry Hoogston, 66 Chevy. Dennis Winton in the Lost in Time 66 Chevy. Lining up next to Ryan Ledrette, 71 Chevy Malibu. Dennis Winton with a clean leave off the line. Ryan Ledrette goes red by 2 thou. Dennis crossing the finish line with a 1040 at 130 miles an hour. Ryan Ledrette with an 1153 at $1.16. Track crews doing their thing, making sure we have a nice, clean, sticky surface for our cars to be racing on here. And the track goes quiet for a little bit. Just a little bit of track prep going on. Wanted to give a special thank you to Rad Torque Systems. Rad Torque Systems is a Canadian company founded in 1994, headquartered in Abbotsford, BC. They design and manufacture high-performance torque wrenches and bolting systems, especially the battery, pneumatic, and electronic rad guns used in heavy-duty industries. Built right here in the Fraser Valley, Rad Torque Systems has become a global name in precision torque tools, keeping everything from race wheels and heavy haulers to mining gear and aerospace hardware tightened to exact spec. Reminder for the racers out there, everyone is welcome tomorrow morning. Racers for Christ, non-denominational chapel service. 3rd floor of the tower, Sunday at 7:30 a.m. Wow, 12:52 p.m. already. Where does the time go? I think it's just about lunchtime for me. If you guys haven't had lunch yet, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. Always some good food down there. Get yourself a bacon cheeseburger, a hot dog, or whatever you feel like, a cold drink. And if you have kids, there is a bouncy castle over here. Well, a bouncy castle and a bouncy slide. So if you're a kid on the spectator side, give mom or dad's sleeve a tug and say, I want to get up over that bridge across to the other side of the racetrack and go play in that bouncy castle and that slide. There's a bunch of kids over there. Looks like they're having a great time. And I got to say, I've been coming to this track since it opened in 1992. I was born in 1988. So that means I was 4 years old, and I don't remember ever being a bouncy castle at the racetrack. In fact, I have very specific visual memories of playing with Hot Wheels cars underneath the bleachers in the sand. Way back in the day. Way back in the day for me, anyways. I was 4 years old, but I know a lot of racers were racing a heck of a lot earlier than 1988 who are still racing here today. Reminder for everybody in the pits that helmets are required for all pit vehicles that are not golf carts or side-by-sides. This means bikes, scooters, mini bikes, etc. Nobody under the age of 16 is allowed to drive a pit vehicle. So golf carts, side-by-sides, you don't need a helmet. 2 wheels, 3 wheels, or 1 wheel, you need a helmet. Quite a lineup of beautiful looking cars in those staging lanes, I tell you. Kind of a nice day today. Not too hot, not too cold. Right here at the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series with the NHRA Northwest Division. All right, fire them up. Two cars heading into the water box now. Track surface is in good shape. Couple door slammers line. Solid run for drivers. Jason Field in the right lane. Overkill putting down a 709, 191 miles per hour. Ken Christensen, Salmon Arm, BC. That sweet looking chaotic customs. 72 Chevy C10 in the left lane. Craig Frederickson, 67 Chevy Nova in the right lane. Craig Frederickson stopping the timer first with a 706. 196 miles per hour. Ken Christensen putting down a 821 at 164.
So fair bit of history with that pickup truck. You just saw go down the track. Way back when, it was an early Pro Mod. Back when Pro Mod was still just kind of getting its feet under it, Joe Delahaye campaigned that C10 Chevy in Pro Mod for quite a number of years. Now Roger Winter. Going to line up beside Dave Kowalski. Kowalski in the grocery getter over there in the right-hand lane. Claims he built this car as a drag and drive entry. I'm going to say that's a pretty serious drag and drive entry. It does have a lot of creature comforts, however. It's got heat, it's got cup holders, it's got a stereo. So Roger Winter goes 817 at 163 miles per hour. Opening round of qualifying for the Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers right here at the Northwest National Open. Poe Freeborn and Howie Winklehorst now. Winklehorst in the red and white 55 Chevrolet right-hand lane. Poe Freeborn from the island out of Courtenay, BC for Comox Valley Excavating. 67 Shelby. Poe was ready to go. 004 up front. 713 through the top end, doing 192 miles per hour. And now Kerry Young and Mike Bedsworth. Bedsworth in the right lane, behind the wheel of his 1996 Oldsmobile. Bedsworth, a former multi-time champion in this Door Slammers class. Also from the island, Port Alberni to be specific, Kerry Young. The blue Chevrolet S10 pickup truck. Little purge of the nitrous system. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, Super Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. Super Street, come on down to the staging lanes. Once again, Super Street. This is your call to the staging lanes, and we're going to give a standby call to Supercom. So again, Super Street, we need Super Street to the lanes. Super Street, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. That is lanes 1 and 2 for Super Street. So Kerry Young was 2 thou red, then 842 at 159. Mike Bedsworth, 707 at 192 miles an hour. One little rule or caveat of the Canada West Door Slammers: you must run at least 870 to qualify to race. So Super Comp, you are on standby. Super Street, we need you now in lanes 1 and 2. So Peter Lacanis, check that out. New car for Lacanis Racing over there in the right lane. Derek Shirk's old 55. That certainly works. Otto Schulte goes 741 to arrive first. Peter Lacanis with a 762 at 175. Now Darren Buick, Terry Langdon Davies, TLD. Langdon Davies been racing since 1969. 57 years. There, I did the math for you. Not bad for an old guy. TLD goes 017 on the tree, then 808 at the finish line. Doing a $1.64. Also doing a $1.64 was Darren Buick, with an ET of 8.19 seconds. Here comes Paul Stretch and Mark Thompson. Mark Thompson in the right lane. He's silver and black 1954 Studebaker. Paul Stretch, the Chevrolet Cavalier. Stretch, trip, zip, baby. Mark Thompson missed it by just 0.02 of a second at the top end. It's Paul Stretch putting a 713 up on the rear board, 194 miles an hour. That's going to be good for the number 4 position. We have yet to see a 6-second run. Mark Thompson was 741 at 178 in the Studebaker. Well, 2 more for you. Cool Mustang in the right lane. Brian Ritchie over here in the left. So a couple of 00 red lights. A 741 versus a 782. And now Paul DeBree Jr. and Steve Lowe. A 66 Valiant and a 1992 Firebird. Paul DeBree Jr., Shawnigan Lake, BC. 66 Valiant that started out life. I don't know if it started out life as a pro mod. So another trip zip. Trip zip with a 1. Just 1/10 thou away from a quad zip light. DeBree Jr. is 842 at the top end, doing 159 miles an hour. Steve Lowe with a 784 at 173. Now Rod Leclerc and Andy Hatton. Andy Hatton behind the wheel of the Grinch. My screen's telling me it's a 1965 Camaro. Very rare. Rod Leclerc, 672 at 202 miles an hour. Made a test hit yesterday, went 671, I believe. The car is good to go. Andy Hatton with an 822 at 162 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Mike Kenworthy and Scott Robinson. So Mike Kenworthy, 007, then 821. Scott Robinson with an 11 light, then 762. That's going to bring up our final door slammer entry. Henry Zacharias. Hey, listen up there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Comp. Super Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Super Comp to lanes 5 and 6. Super Comp, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. We'll give a standby call to Stock Super Stock Combo. Standby call for Stock Super Stock Combo. Super Comp, we need you now. Super Comp, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Aiden Katnick. I'm assuming this is a licensing pass. Lights up the tires. It's an X275 or Outlaw 275 car. So essentially, whole ton of horsepower and not very much back tire. That's how you would sum that class up, to put it very simply. I see we've got a nice little spattering of race fans over there in the grandstands. Not to mention along the fence. Well, if it's your first time here to the River Valley Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park, we certainly want to welcome you. Thanks for coming out today. Just in case you weren't aware, your entry essentially includes a pit pass. You are more than welcome to come on over to the pit side of the racetrack, check out all the cars.
Here, I'll show you. This is what a funny car looks like. Oh, the truck is blocking it. Basically, it looks like.
So just giving the track surface a little bit of love out there, a little rub. Before we proceed with second round of qualifying for our NHRA classes, part of the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series, namely Super Street and Super Comp, along with Super Gas, Top Comp, Stock Super Stock Combo, Sportsman Motorcycle, and the juniors are actually part of the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series as well. A big run order for today, no doubt. All of our regular Summit Series classes here at Mission Raceway, and then, of course, all the NHRA classes I just mentioned. Also, Rad Torque Systems bringing us the West Coast Outlaw Series, part of this Northwest National Open event. We qualified all of those classes last night, so we'll see them roll into eliminations a little later on this afternoon. So Top Fuel Harleys part of this weekend's event. Again, Rad Torque Systems bringing us the 2026 Western Canadian Top Fuel Nitro Bike Series. This weekend's event, however, brought to us by W.G. Davis and Sons, along with Die Hard Trucking and Big Kids Racing. Of course, they want to thank Coldwater Spirits as well for coming up with prizes for #1 qualifier, along with the winner of the event. 5 bikes on the property. We saw 4 of them out last night. Top Fuel Harleys scheduled for 2 more qualifiers. Q3 for them will take place later on this afternoon, and Q4 at some point this evening. And here comes Super Street. Attention in the pits, listen up in the pits. Stock Super Stock Combo, Stock Super Stock Combo, this is your call to the lanes. We'll take Stock Super Stock Combo in lanes 3 and 4. Once again, lanes 3 and 4 for Stock Super Stock Combo. And with that, we're going to give motorcycle a standby call. Motorcycle, you are on standby. Standby call going out to motorcycle. So first pair, Jan Christensen and James Elliott, 11:08 and 10:99 respectively. Both those drivers can afford to speed it up a little bit. Closest to 10:90 will be our #1 qualifier. Now Al Meacham and Doreen Dyke. Oh man, another trip zip. Meacham is trip zip with a 1. Then 1091 with a 3. .1091 with a 3, good enough for the #1 qualifying spot so far. That'll bring up Fred Hoffman and Sylvia Hoogstens. Sylvia in the right lane behind the wheel of Epp. Fred Hoffman driving his 67 Camaro. So Sylvia leaving a little early. Fred leaving a little late. Top end, we got 1 under and 1 over. Fred Hoffman, 1085. Sylvia, 1153. That'll bring up Jess Dale and Warren Jacobson. is Warren Jacobson. 012 on the tree. Jess Dale 005. Finish line. Says we got a new number 1 qualifier. Warren Jacobson 1091 with a 0. Jess Dale 1092 with a 2. Now Steve Veach and Rick Hilburn. Hilburn out of Kennewick, Washington. 88 Camaro. 406 cubic inch small block for power. Just 1 thou apart on the tree. $10.87 for Steve Veach. Hilburn adds himself to the 1091 runner list. Beautiful little 63 Nova in the TCS lane. I like it. Zach Rice out of Tacoma, Washington. Adventure Dan over there in the right lane. Dan Parsons was 007 to start his runoff. Then 1088 up at the top end. Zach Rice a little further under with a 1087. Now Robert Zerbrug, and Todd Sims. Couple of red cars. Sims, 66 Chevy 2. Zerbrug in the 68 Nova. Another trip zip. This one red, however. Todd Sims 034 up front, 1087 through the top end. Zerbrug further under with a 1077. Now Tony Hopkins and Christopher Ermsby. Gorgeous looking Nova over there in the right lane. Hopkins in that very cool 55. So Ermsby goes 1089 with a 7. Just 3 thou too quick. He was 011 up front. Hopkins was 51 to start off, then 1092. Now Herman Chan and Brad Vinge. A couple local veterans of the class. A couple of first-gen Camaros. .20 to .24, Vinge leaving first. Top end, it's Herman Chan arriving first. Hey, listen up in the pits, attention in the pits. We're gonna make the call now for motorcycles. So, Motorcycle ET, we're calling you to lane number 1. We're also making the call for Pro Extreme Bike. Pro Extreme Bike, we need you in lane number 2. So, Motorcycle ET, this is your call to lane number 1. Pro Extreme Bike, this is your call to lane number 2. And while we're at it, we're going to give a standby call to Supergas. Supergas, you are on standby. Please get ready to go. Standby call for Supergas. And once more, we need all of our bikes to the lanes. Motorcycle ET to lane number 1. Pro Extreme Bike to lane number 2. Cowie and Justin Bond. Bond with the better light, 016 at the top end. He's under 885. James Cowie a little further under with an 884. Two more for you, Richard Love and Warren Keene. Richard Love, Towerside. I believe his program is all out. He's using every little bit of this small block Chevy to try go 890. Warren Keene in the right lane will be making use of a throttle stop. Richard Love with an 024 light and 895 through the top end. Warren Keene with an 898. And now Steve Horton and Reed Holland. Reed Holland out of Martyrsville, Alberta. Right-hand lane. So now Mark Loftus lining up beside Dave Archambault. Mark Loftus in the left lane comes up 888. Dave Archambault also under but closer with an 889. The DG machine car, left side of the racetrack, Dale Green. Get it, DG? And Selena Lenahan. Dale Green, currently our bottom qualifier. He sits number 14 after going 867 in his first attempt. He's a veteran of this class. I'm sure he's going to get it a whole bunch closer on this one. 886, still well under the number. Selena, 889 with an 8. Just 2 thousandths away from nailing the 890 index. Tom Papp, local guy from just down the road in Chilliwack. Although we don't see a lot of him here. Tends to stick to the NHRA tour. I'm not sure if he just missed the tree or had some bad numbers in the box, but his reaction time started with a 2. Then at the top end comes up 925. Brandon Hutchinson in the right lane. At the same time, much closer. 893 with a 0. This, I do believe, will be our final Super Comp entry. Emily Gerard, also from Chilliwack. Emily leaving 6 thousandths of a second too early. And at the top, 5/100ths of a second too quick. And here comes stock, super stock combo. The NHRA classes of stock eliminator and super stock being combined into a combo class for the National Open Series. Start off with a couple of stock entries. Kyle Larson out of Fort Crest, Washington, in a B stock automatic 1995 Chevrolet Camaro. Jim Mantle, his 1977 AMC Pacer. With a 258 cubic inch straight six. He goes 1458 at 89 miles an hour. Kyle Larson, 1078 at 122. Now Dave Jung in his super stock Camaro alongside Bert Taylor. Taylor goes 1011 against the 1065 index. Dave Jung a 1055 on an 1125 index. Jung was red by just 1 thou. Dave Jung currently sits number 7 out of 18 cars on the sheet. Two beautiful Mopars going down the drag strip right now. Bidniak kills the tree with a 001 reaction time. Then goes 1027 at 115 miles an hour in his 1970 Plymouth Satellite. Nicely done. John Buczynski, meanwhile, was solid on the tree with an 046 leave, then 1065 on the 1170 index. So Buczynski, number 2 qualifier. 105 under the index. Ken Johnson and Rick McKinney now. Johnson, the GTQ automatic super stock 55 Chevy, 002 on the tree, then 1114 through the top end. Rick McKinney goes 1025 on the 1120 index of GTM automatic. That's going to bring up Alf Weeb and his D Stalker. You notice there's no A. That's because there's no automatic transmission. This is a clutch car. Oldsmobile Cutlass with a 307. How about 1053 for Alf Weeb? Now Pete Legg in a P-Stock automatic, 1956 Chevrolet 150 panel. Cool, cool, cool car. Ed Hodder in the right lane, behind the wheel of his late model Camaro. Hodder goes 10.01 against the 1060 index. Pete Legg with a 13.48 on the 13.45. So that's Pete's best run of the weekend, but going to have to dial 13.45 at a minimum in eliminations. Now Torrey Hadley, a 1985 Mustang. GTO automatic, 11.45 the index. He's run a best of 10.96 so far. And matches that, 10.96 again. Finally, our number one qualifier, Norm LaPointe, the G-Stock automatic 1967 Camaro. Gorgeous little car. Against the index of 12 flat, Norm LaPointe went 10.76. To be 123 under. No doubt he's hanging on to the number one spot. Goes 10.77. Almost matches his earlier 10.76. Now Rod Stultz and Daryl Stobie. A couple of super stock cars. Stobie. This 64 Chevelle that you see in the left lane was Daryl's first car. Bought it as a teenager. Has been beating on it ever since. Top end, it's Stobie going 10.03 on the 11 flat index. Rod Stultz 10.15 on the 11.10 index. And now Bruce Flodine. Flodine in a 1995 Dodge Dakota pickup truck. Q stock automatic. Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up in the pits. Super gas. Super gas. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take super gas to lanes 1 and 2. Super gas. This is your call to staging. Super gas, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. We'll make a standby call for top comp. Top comp, this is your standby call. So here we go with motorcycle. Isaac Hazelton and Mark Campbell. Whoa, whoa. So Mark Campbell starts out in the right lane, crosses the center line, never gets off the throttle, drives it back over in the right lane and continues on. Fortunately, he left all the timing blocks where they should be. Isaac Hazelton goes 11:56 at 122. Riley Toth, Jay Dudley. Riley Toth has got one of them trip zip red lights. Goes 8:58 at the finish line, 148 miles an hour. Jay Dudley was a little tardy on the starting line, then 9:67 at 139. Here comes Dave Toth, along with Clayton Potter. A couple of Albertans. Medicine Hat versus Calgary. Dave Toth out of Medicine Hat, left side of the racetrack, TCS lane. Clayton Potter out of Calgary, right side of the racetrack, Lordco lane. Wow. Clayton Potter putting on a big show over there in the right lane. Had the front wheel up in the air for, well, probably 300-400 feet. Winds up putting 937 on the reader board at $146. Dave Toth throws the runaway off the gas and coasts across the finish line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Comp, this is your call to the lanes. Top Comp will take Top Comp in lanes 5 and 6. Top Comp, please report to lanes 5 and 6 rather, and overflow into lanes 3 and 4. So Top Comp, once again, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top Comp, come on down to lanes 5 and 6 with overflow going into 3 and 4 once 5 and 6 are full. Steve Campbell. .39 at 153 miles an hour for Steve Campbell. Now Daryl Storzik and Wild Bill McDonald. Couple of veterans of the motorcycle class here at Mission Raceway. With Wild Bill in the right lane being our reigning champ. McDonald in the right lane, 012 up front, 913 at the finish line. Storzik arriving second with the quicker ET. He goes 909 at 145. That'll bring up Kevin Brennan and Al Amond. Amond on a Kawasaki right-hand lane. Brennan on a Suzuki left-hand lane. Kevin Brennan with another teen reaction time. He goes 889. Al Mond goes 885. Two more bikes. Don't have a name for the left lane. Adam Hetler in the right. With the superior reaction. Way out in front. 949 and 142. Cody Miner, that's who's in the left lane. 893 at 147. Craig and Jody Brickwood. Corey Craig riding away 790, 170 miles an hour. Jody Brickwood with a 937 at 139. We have made the call for top comp. Top comp, you guys should be in lanes 5 and 6 with overflow into lanes 3 and 4. Enough traction down there that time. So we go from motorcycle ET to pro extreme bike. So Austin Christopher on his Pro Mod Kawasaki. This is the world's quickest Kawasaki. Let's just be clear about that. If all goes well, we're going to see a low 6-second run at over 200 miles an hour. Man, that thing moves along quite nicely, doesn't it? How about 614 at 223 miles an hour? That'll certainly work. Couple more pro extreme bikes coming at us. Whole lot of boost. So Matt McKay Smith coming up right-hand lane. Do you know who this is in the left lane? No. I'm sure I've seen that helmet before. So at this point, an unnamed rider in the left lane. Pretty cool helmet, though. Got to give him extra marks for that. Matt McKay Smith in the right lane. McKay Smith with his hands full, but he keeps the throttle twisted. How about 671? 208 miles an hour. So things did not go anywhere near that smoothly in the left lane. Rider forced to give up on the run. Now Rob Aston out of Calgary. You're making a single up the left side of the racetrack, TCS lane.
Well, my lovely racer friends, you might have to give them.
So Rob Aston struggling to keep the front wheel down on the racetrack. Had a great light, 006. 8:03 off the gas at 130 miles an hour through the finish line. Turbo bike going down the left side of the racetrack. Gets out of the gas before the finish line. Still goes 7:34. So I do believe that's going to do it for our motorcycle classes. Super Gas coming up next. So beautiful day here at the River Valley Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Still a little bit of overcast out there, keeping things a little on the cooler side, but it's good for horsepower. It's fast out there today. So nearing the end of the second round of qualifying and time trials, which means we are just a couple of classes away from rolling into eliminations. So I don't know if you've had lunch yet or not, but just letting you know, Mission Raceway Park Half Track Snack Shack has got lunch on. They're ready and waiting for you. And hey, kids, whether you're on the pit side or spectator side, I'm sure you can see the bouncy castle and slide. They are in full operation. Go check that out. Lots of great deals in the pro shop. Past event t-shirts and hoodies. Select ones, I'm told. Just $15 for a t-shirt, just $40 for a hoodie. Just a couple general reminders while you're here at Mission Raceway Park. So outside of side-by-sides or golf carts, you must be wearing a helmet if you're on anything else with wheels in the pits. So that would mean scooters, that would mean mini bikes, and so on and so forth. And no one under the age of 16 is to be operating anything with wheels. So not sure if you're aware, but coming up in, well, less than 2 weeks from now, we're going to have a doubleheader weekend here at Mission Raceway Park as NHRA rolls into town. We're going to start things off Thursday and Friday with the Canadian Sports Nationals. So essentially a national event just without the pro cars here at Mission. We'll follow that up on Saturday and Sunday with a divisional event. So any racers that are attending this race and want to leave your equipment here at Mission Raceway, we welcome you to do so. However, it is going to have to be parked over on the spectator side of the racetrack. Can't be left on the pit side. And anyone pitted down in the road course area, we are going to need you to move by Sunday night. And that would be whether you're planning to leave your stuff here or not. We need that area of the facility cleared out by Sunday night. So, and just a few more little tidbits. As mentioned, coming up, the Canadian Sports Nationals, followed by a divisional event. There are VIP packages still available for both of those events. Get yourself right down on the starting line. Go from just attending an event to a lifetime experience. You can check all that out on missionracewaypark.com or check us out on Facebook. We would love to have you. So here we go with Super Gas. Mark Simmons and Glenn Ingleton. Mark Simmons. Tower Side in a 2025 Davis-built Corvette Roadster. This thing is fast. Look for 175 plus miles an hour at the finish line. Glenn Ingleton, 001 on the tree. And then 994. Mark Simmons goes 999. Just 169 miles an hour. He made a liar out of me. Two more roadsters. Ed Hutchinson and Rory Moser. Rory Moser at a Red Deer, Alberta, tower side of the racetrack in that 1927 Ford Roadster. The Rare Morrison power plant between the frame rails. Out of Victoria, BC in the right lane, Ed Hutchinson. In a Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. .994 getting there ahead of a 991. That's what a good reaction time will do for you. Brandon Hutchinson now. Shawnigan Lake, BC. Gonna light up beside Kirk Lance. Kirk Lance. His Super Gas Camaro Roadster. Trouble for Kirk Lance. Brandon Hutchinson gets it done. How about that? Goes 990 with a 6. 159 miles an hour. It's going to move him up to the number 1 spot. Now Dave Archibald. That baby blue 57 Chevy Roadster. Pretty cool looking car. Dale Dryden in the right lane, 008 to start things off, then 997. Archibald was a little closer with a 996. Now Dan Davis. Out of Tacoma, Washington, 63 Corvette Roadster in the right-hand lane, be making a single. Dan Davis will be our final Super Gas entry. Next time we see Super Gas up here, they will be in eliminations. Oh, 34 on the tree, and at the finish line, how about 990 with an 8? That's going to be good for the number 2 spot. There we go. Qualifying is complete. 9 cars going to be showing up for round 1. Well, theoretically, anyway. Had 2 drivers hit the index. Brandon Hutchinson, dead 6. Or pardon me. Oh, no, dead 6. Dan Davis, dead 8. After that, Rory Moser in at 991. Then Ed Hutchinson and Glenn Ingleton rounding out the top 5, both with 994 passes. Top Comp. Before there was ever Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, they were a combined class known as Top Comp. Well, Top Comp still runs at National Opens. Part of the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series. 2 red lights. One a little redder than the other. James Kennedy goes 466 in the 8th mile. Jay Severston, 487. Dragster ahead of the door car. Well, door truck, actually, if we want to get picky. So if you're making your way around the pits, and you should happen to notice the Rad Torque Systems JS Power Sports sponsored dragster in the right lane, take a closer look at that thing. Especially the engine. A Sonny Leonard Hemi. Steve Horn leaves ahead of schedule. G. Van Brar goes 5:01. I believe that's 2 times in a row. Yes, he was already on the board with a 5:01. Actually, I can't say that for sure. I think he was. Now Adam DeYoung and Daryl Baker. Daryl Baker behind the wheel of the purple S10 out of Foothills, Alberta. Adam DeYoung from just a little ways down the road, other side of the river in Abbotsford, behind the wheel of the 67 Camaro. How about 5:05 for Daryl Baker and 5:26 for Adam DeYoung? That's going to bring up Colton Morin and Ken Orser. Ken Orser was not able to get it down the track the first time out. If I recall, he spun the tires and then either had further issues or just decided to give up on the run. So Ken Orser with a better leave this time. However, car wanting to make its way over towards the center line. He says, no, enough of that. Gets off the gas, lets it coast. Colton Morin with a 487 at 140 miles an hour. Ken Orser makes it off the racing surface. Now Dane LeKelt going to line up beside Paul Soares. Paul Soares currently sits 17 on the list. 30 cars on the sheet so far. I do not believe that Dane LeKelt is one of them. Was not able to make a pass on the... Oh, well, excuse me. Never mind that. That's right. He was. They were unable to get it to fire the first time, but he did run at the end. Took the number 1 spot. Went 4:04 at 179. So 30 cars on the sheet. Almost a 6-rounder. There we go, 4 bulbs lit. So Lakel drives through a little tire shake, blows him up a little bit. 4:11 this time, so he'll stand pat on his earlier 4:04. Hang on to number 1 so far. Paul Soares with a 4:75. So Paul Soares went 4:75.1 on the first run, then 4:75.6 on the second run. I'd say he's ready to go. And his son Jeremy coming up next in the left lane. Line up beside James Rutherford. Rutherford, that 49 Ford. Very cool ride. Rutherford family, multi-generation family of racers out of the Wembley, Alberta area. 460 with an 8 for Jeremy Soares. 525 with a 2 for James Rutherford. That's going to bring up Ed Vanderkoy. What we'll call a fat fender dragster. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Juniors, this is your call to the staging lanes. Juniors, we need you to the staging lanes, please. So we're going to put Thunder in lane number 1, Lightning in lane number 2, and Junior Street. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. One more time, that's Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. And Junior Dragsters will take you in 1 and 2. Thunder to lane number 1, Lightning to lane number 2. Now Scott Robinson and Cody Baker. So once again, we have made the call for juniors. We need juniors to the staging lanes, please. Juniors to the lanes. Thunder 1, Lightning 2, Junior Street in 5 and 6. So 16 lights, both sides of the racetrack. Cody Baker to the top end first with a 450. Scott Robinson, the Rad Torque Systems Beretta, goes 489. Now Brandon Thomas. And Monique Ambrosi. Monique from Plainfield, Indiana. Brandon Thomas from Calhoun, Georgia. Both in JBS Equipment Dragsters. So Brandon Thomas puts the better number up there on the reader board, 435 to 445. Now Logan Bell and Willie Oliver. Logan Bell will be in the left lane. Willie Oliver will be in the right. Willie Oliver for Rad Torque Systems. So Willie Oliver, 441. Started things off with an 019 light. Logan Bell, left lane, was 017 to start off, then 446. Pretty evenly matched pairing, I'd say. Now we've got father and son. Derek Shirt, father, in the right lane. Lincoln Shirt, son, in the left lane. Starting line 025 to 028 at the top end. It was Dad there first with a 467. Lincoln getting there second with a 481. Hey, if you're missing your phone, we just might have it up here in the tower. Had a phone turned in. Apparently it was found on the pit side grandstands. So slightly beat up, but I'm sure it serves your purposes. I know how to get into these things, so I've got some long distance calls to make. Be handy for that. Come get it anytime after. Couple of red lights. Greg Dowdy red by 11. Zach Clark red by 2 thou. Couple of Rad Torque System sponsored cars. Finish line, Zach Clark 441, Greg Dowdy 507. So we have made the call for juniors to the lanes. Pretty safe assumption to say we can go ahead and put Pro Bracket on standby. And with that said, Mike, I'm going to turn things back over to you.
guys. Andy Hatton going a little bit red there. Mike Kenworthy, 92 Pontiac, running a 523, 131 miles per hour. Monty Beagle, Beagle Automotive.
Tried changing one battery.
I'm good. I got 3.
Willie, go ahead.
I'll leave that for now.
Popcom. Correct. Last car went down. We're moving.
All right, guys, Junior Street. Eliminations round 1. Josephine Smith in the left lane. Shelby McNeil in the right lane. Josephine Smith takes it. 967 on a 965 dial. We got Lyndon Reynolds, 1998 Acura Integra. Dialed in with an 1104, lined up next to Abel McCallan in the right lane. In the white Ford F-150. Lord Colleen, 1028 dial. Lyndon Reynolds will move on. Running on 1108 on his 1104 dial, 65 miles per hour through the traps. We got Douglas Kvass, 1987 Chrysler, the Woody Wagon in the Tower Lane. Lined up next to James McNeil in his white 2000 Mustang. James McNeil driving with McNeil Family Racing. We got a 1253 dial in the left lane, 924 in the right lane. So Douglas Kvass is going to take off first. James McNeil, off he goes to try and reel him in. James McNeil will move on. 929 on his 924 dial. Breaking the beams at 74 miles an hour. Douglas Kvass running at 1276 at 52 miles an hour. Nick Bond in the left lane. 2023 Porsche. 900 dial in. Lined up next to Jackson Dew in the 1996 GMC Jimmy with a 1069 dial. Jackson Dew. With a substantially better reaction time, he pulls a 1069 with a 2 on his 1069 dial. Well, a run like that will pretty much guarantee you to move on in the competition. So Jackson Dew will go ahead. Now we got Cash in his 94 Mustang, convertible in the left lane. Dialed in with a 990. Lined up next to Owen Harvey in the 78 Dentside Ford. Owen Harvey breaking the pre-stage beams. He's dialed in with a 1028. Well, Owen Harvey makes it easy for Cash, leaving a little bit early. He red lit, giving Cash the guaranteed win. Cash actually also red lit, but by 1/100th of a second. 1/100th of a second, Owen Harvey red lit a little bit more. Cash crossing the beams at the 8th mile with a 991 at 70 miles an hour. Now we have Tony Michael in the right lane in that GMT 800, the blue 06 Chevy Super Sport pickup with a 900 dial, lined up next to Jenna Monroe at a Surrey, BC 2008 Tahoe with a 1086 dial. And the better reaction time paid off for Jenna. Jenna Monroe taking that one with a 1095 at 63 miles per hour. Tony Michael went a little bit too quick. 899 on a 900 dial. Off dial by -4 thou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, we need you guys to the lanes. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Sportsman, you're on standby. That's Pro to the lanes, Sportsman on standby. McKenna Thompson, left lane. Ashley Ledrette, right lane. Very similar reaction times. Should be a good race. McKenna Thompson on the brakes in the left lane, but Ashley Ledrette takes it with a 1067 on the 1060 dial. McKenna Thompson was dialed in with a 963. She ran a 927. Broke out by quite a bit. She was on the brakes before the finish line, but not quite enough to slow it down around the 10 or 963, the neighborhood of 963 anyways. And that is definitely a wrap for the junior street cars. Well, hold your ears, folks. You're in for a show. Top alcohol funny car. Wow. Well, that is about as intense as losing traction can get. A top alcohol funny car. Absolute machine. If you guys want to see more top alcohol funny cars, Rad Torque Systems, Canadian Sports National and Divisional, June 10th to 14th, 2026. Pretty much the loudest and fastest class of cars that we run here at Mission Raceway. It's the first ever Canadian Sports Nationals event, June 11th and 12th, before the divisional event on June 13th and 14th. So if you want to see some more alcohol dragsters and funny cars, that's going to be a pretty awesome weekend right here at the River Valley Ford drag strip at Mission Raceway. If you're a race fan, that is an event that you are not going to want to miss. First pair of junior dragsters. Eliminations round 1. We got Nash Gallant in the left lane out of Chilliwack, BC. Driving with Mulder Trucking, Crystal DeJagger with Remax, and Lori Peterson with a 1255 dial. Lined up next to Dallas Jackson, who just won at the starting line on an 1190 dial. Nash Gallant goes red by 15 thou. Dallas Jackson crossing the finish line with a 1180 at 53 miles per hour. We got Alex Green in the tower lane. Just for a bye run, a little solo tear down the strip. He's got an 896 dial, driving with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical. Alex Green leaving ahead of schedule by 6 thou. Crosses the finish line with the 893 at 73 miles per hour. So even though he red lit there, he was on a bye run, so he will be moving up in the ladder. We got Wesley Armstrong lining up next to Owen Armstrong. Little family race going on here. Wesley Armstrong, Fountain Tire on the side of his car. Also driving for Badass Garage. Owen Armstrong in the right lane. 2004 Creative chassis. He's driving with Lorco and Elite belts. You got a 890 dial in the left lane and a 1219 dial in the right lane. Tough break for Owen Armstrong, going red by 9 thou. Wesley Armstrong leaves the line with a 0.74 reaction time. Takes the W with an 887 at 72 miles per hour. So in the next round of eliminations, Dallas Jackson will be lined up against Wesley Armstrong. Grayson Mass in the left lane. New Elevation Civil Construction. Dialed in with a 905. Pearson Mass in the right lane. Bit of a problem going on in the left lane there. Pearson Mass running a 1234 at 51 miles per hour. Looks like Grayson Mass's car dropped a little bit of fluids on the track. Pearson Mass made a pass, so he will go ahead and be racing up against Alex Green in eliminations round 2. Track team getting the track cleaned off, and then we'll get to see Cadence Rodrigue line up next to Paige Barlow right here in the NHRA Northwest Division. John Scotti Canadian Championship Series. Couple cars staging right now. Tower Lane, Cadence Rodriguez out of Chilliwack, BC. Cadence driving a 2006 Creative Junior Dragster. Paige Barlow in the right lane. Paige Barlow taking off first with the 1176 dial. Cadence Rodriguez with a 900. One of these drivers has a substantially better reaction time, and it absolutely pays off. Cadence Rodriguez moving on with an 894 on the 900 dial. Both drivers broke out. One driver broke out by quite a bit more. 894 at 73 miles per hour is where Cadence crossed over the 8th mile stripe. Now we got Jack Green in the right lane, Ashton Katnick in the left lane. Ashton Katnick driving with TK Performance and Lordco with an 893 dial. Jack Green, who's going to leave first, driving out of Mission, BC with an 1195 dial. Driving with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical. There goes Ashton to try and reel him in. One of these drivers was quite a bit better off the line, and it definitely paid off. Ashton Katnick with a 902. Moving on in the competition. Now we got Nate Green in the left lane with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical with a 895 dial. Lined up next to Jackson Cowie, 2020 Huddleston chassis. Cowie driving with Mundy's Towing. Jackson Cowie with a 1500 dial. Creeping up, both cars are fully staged now. Jackson Cowie gets the green light. And off goes Nate Green. Fairly similar reaction time, so anybody's race at this point. Bit of pedaling at the end, and Nate Green takes it. On the 895 dial, he runs a 910. 68 miles per hour. Nate Green will move on in the competition. Jackson Cowie puts down a 1558 on his 15 dial. Breaking the beams at 39 miles an hour. So Nate Green will move ahead into the next round of eliminations. In the tower lane, Isabella Marshall, here from Vernon, BC. Isabella Marshall driving with Canco Petroleum and De Silva Auto World, lined up next to Hunter Gallant in the Lordco lane out of Chilliwack, BC. Driving with Mulder Trucking, Crystal DeJager with Remax, Lori Peterson, and one of these drivers has a fantastic reaction time, but didn't quite pay off. Isabella Marshall takes it with an 8:11 on the 8:12 dial. Hunter Gallant's reaction time was a little, well, I guess it aided in him being a little bit too quick. Hunter with a 007 reaction time, but was 0.09 of a second off dial. Isabella was 1/100th of a second off dial, so both drivers broke out, but Isabella Marshall broke out by substantially less. So we have Connor Jackson pulling up to the line in the left lane. Driving a 2014 Mike Boss car. Driving with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, Fit Lab, and Rodrigue Family Racing. We got Hunter Thompson in the right lane. JBS Equipment. Both cars here on a 790 dial. 790 in the TCS and the Lordco lane. Should be an interesting race. Connor Jackson, wow, what a race. His dial was a 790. He drove a 790 with a 2. Hunter Thompson drove a 794. But Connor Jackson being 0.02 of a second off dial will be moving on in this competition. Now we got April Bond in the left lane in the hot pink JBS Equipment car. Dialed in with a 791. Adeline Duda in the right lane with an 800 dial. April Bond currently 4th in qualifying standings. Out of the total of 10 cars in the Junior Lightning, couple of green lights and some very similar reaction times. Left lane takes it. April Bond will be moving on. 792 on her 791 dial. Breaking the beams at 79 miles per hour. We got Bentley Johnson in the left lane. Lined up next to Coco Kowalski. 793 dial on the left, 792 dial on the right. Coco Kowalski makes it easy for Bentley Johnson. Bentley Johnson, 795 on the 793 dial, 81 miles an hour through the trap. Coco Kowalski went red by 5 thou. Bentley will be moving on to the competition. We got Adam Katnick in the left lane. That heavy disco ball metal flake red candied out junior dragster. Here from Maple Ridge, TK Performance and Lordco riding along with him. 790 dial. Up next to Gray Sean from Dunmore, Alberta. He's driving with Kids Play Preschool on a 792 dial. Adam Katnick will be moving on. Both drivers broke out, but Adam ran a 788 on a 790 dial. Gray ran a 785 on the 792 dial. For the juniors? Or wasn't that? No. Oh, that was just the stats. How do I get it to the tree? And of course, that's a wrap for the junior dragsters. Now we're moving on to first round eliminations for Pro ET. We got Jeff Whitworth, left lane, coming here from Nanaimo, BC. 1984 Chevy S10. Lined up next to Cassie Tippy, 65 Nova Wagon, who left first with the 1137 dial. And Cassie Tippy did something right. 1140 on the 1137 dial. She'll be moving on, taking the S10 out of the competition. We got Rick Dice, 1973 Chevy Nova, 1111 dial, lined up next to Brendan Piskacek in the Fox Body hatchback in the Lordco lane. Very similar reaction times for both these drivers. Left lane gets it. Rick in the 73 Chevy Nova will be moving on. We got Sean Langley in the Mustang in the left lane on an 1164 dial. Lined up next to Del Northgraves, 77 Chevy Nova with a 1015 dial on the Lordco lane. Del Northgraves makes it easy for Sean Langley. Sean Langley with the win light won the race at the starting line. Del left a little bit early, 0.08 of a second early actually. Sean Langley crossing the finish line with an 1180 at 114 miles an hour. Del Northgraves a 1017 at $130. We got Nick Barnhart, 79 Mustang hatch, powered by a 408 stroker with a 1068 dial. Driver in the right lane, seen this Malibu come around a few times now, but still have no information. besides what I can see. Nick Barnhart did not stage. Kind of hopped through the starting line there. So, the Mystery Malibu will move on. 10:59 on the 10:57 dial. Through the trap at 124 miles per hour. Bobby Ellers in the left lane. Notch Fox body. Taking off to catch that turquoise wagon, if he can. Oh, it doesn't matter anyways, he's already won. I didn't realize that win light was lit up on the Fox body's lane, so he'll be moving on to the competition. Big Chevy wagon, left a little bit early. Must have been pretty anxious to cross that finish line. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsmen, this is your call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sportsmen, come on down. Lanes 1 through 4. Sportsmen, this is your call. Clean launch for both drivers here. John Tabak takes it with a 1044 on his 1038 dial. Through the trap, 118 miles per hour, putting Lance Churchuk out of the competition. We got Steve Watkins in the C7 Corvette in the Lordco lane, in the Tower lane rather. That's a 2017 model, with an 1100 dial lined up next to Ralph Eller's 1065 dial. One driver, substantially better reaction time than the other. Will it pay off? Yes, it did. Steve Watkins moves on in the competition, 11:19 at 111 miles per hour. Steve Baskerville leaving very early. Leaving early, handing it over to the T-Top Cutlass, which I had some info on earlier. Seems to have disappeared. Anyways, that Cutlass will be moving on in the competition. Running on 1162 on the 1171 dial. Kyle Fredrickson, right lane, beige square body truck. That is a 1985 GMC with an 1150 dial. Over here in the Tower lane, Ian Higginson driving a 98 Camaro with a 6-liter LS motor. One of these drivers, quite a bit better reaction time. And it does pay off. Left lane, Ian Higginson, 98 Camaro. That F-body ran a 1064 at 125 miles an hour on his 1056 dial, putting the square body out of the contest for today. Ron Thibault in the left lane, that black cherry looking 1967 Chevelle, powered by a 468 big block Chevy. He's clocked in with a 1016 dial. Jim Stahl out of Tulalip with a 1074 dial. Jim Stahl with a strong leave, and he does take it. 1078 on the 1074 dial, putting that black cherry Chevelle out of the contest for today. through the traps at 119 miles per hour. Lorenz Schwartz lining his 83 Monte Carlo up next to Ryan Warnke out of Renton, Washington. 83 Extra Cab S10 with Warnke Motorsports. Tower Lane 1005 dial. Lordco Lane 1147. Couple of green lights. Lorenz Schwartz will be moving on, running a 1010 on his 1005 dial. Through the traps at 123 miles per hour. Now we have Alan Prock in the left lane. In that green 70 CUDA, powered by a 440 with a 965 dial. Lined up next to Ron Walsh's 1980 Chevy Camaro. Ron Walsh, red lit, handing it over to Alan Prock. Ron is out of the competition for today. Alan Prock will be moving on, running a 1069 on his 1065 dial at 134 miles per hour. Big class today, these guys. 43 cars on my screen, and they are slowly moving on, slowly dwindling. Clean leave for both the drivers. .1059 on his 1053 dial. That's Ray Bollinger in the left lane, 1963 Pontiac. Pierre Barr is going to be out of the contest for today. So those cars that I mentioned, a lot of cars, a lot of trucks also. In this class, eliminations round one, that number is going to be cut in half. Two men rip down the strip. Only one will move on. Or two women, or a man and a woman. Like in this case, we have Mike Render, 85 Chevy, lined up next to Jenna Pobson, 1979 Chevy Malibu. Mike Render, 1075, Jenna with a 1029. And despite Mike Render's 003 reaction time, Jenna Pobson will be moving on with a 1032 at 126 miles an hour. Mike Render went a little bit too quick there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Standby, Super Pro. Matt Warner, big wheelie car in the left lane. 1045 dial in the left lane, 1080 dial in the right lane. And the wheelie machine will be moving on. Matt Warner, 1966 Merc, 1053 on his 1045 dial. Through the finish line at 113 miles an hour. Now we have John McLean out of Nanaimo, BC. That 79 Ford in the left lane. We got Nick Douglas in the right lane. 2023 Super B. That copper-colored Ford with an 1100 dial. Nick Douglas in the right lane with a 1215 dial. Attention in the pits. Juniors from round one. Juniors from round one, your contingency prizes are up in the tower. Dennis Winton lost in time. 1966 Chevy. 1031 dial in the tower lane, lined up next to Doug Clausen's 1996 Pontiac Grand Am with a 959 dial. Good reaction times for both drivers. Doug Clausen, 963 on his 959 dial. He'll be moving on with the competition. Through the speed trap at 143 miles per hour. We got Zach in his 68 Camaro in the Lordco lane. Pulling into the staging beams, lining up next to Craig Johnson, the 79 Chevy Malibu wagon. About to go wheels up. Craig Johnson with a 1047 dial. Camaro's got a 1017 dial. Big wheelie on both sides of the track. Craig Johnson takes the W on that one. 1047 at 118, putting that Camaro on the trailer for the day. We got Amber Rutherford, 1966 Mustang, in the left lane with a 932 dial. Jason Cooper in that 72 Ford Maverick in the right lane with a 990 dial. And Amber Rutherford parks Jason's Maverick. Amber will be moving on for the rest of the competition today. 935 at 133 miles per hour on her 932 dial. We have a buy run now. Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing. Driving out of Mission, BC in 1968 Dodge Dart. Leaving early by 7th thou. Getting across the finish line with a 10:14 at 129 miles per hour. And that attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro, come on down to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Stand by, Hot Rods. Hot Rods, you are on standby. That's Super Pro. Come on down, lanes 1 through 4. Hot Rods, stand by. We had Tyler Smith lined up next to Brendan Piskacek. Brendan Piskacek took that one with a 1327 at 100 miles per hour. 1327 on his 1325 dial. Now we have Sean Langley in the Mustang with an 1170 dial lined up next to Jan Christensen. 2009 pearly white Cadillac sedan. Cadillac sedan has a 1523 dial in. And the Cadillac, although there was a head start, Jan Christensen gave himself a little bit too much of a head start, lighting up the red light at the starting line and the win light on Sean Langley's side of the track. So Sean Langley will be moving on in the competition. We got Darren Martin, Tower Lane 2005 GMC pickup truck with a 1682 dial, lined up next to Kevin McCauley, 1983 Cutlass. 1170 dial in the Lordco lane. Off goes Kevin McCauley to try and reel that pickup truck in. Oh, Darren Martin on the brakes at the end, and it pays off. 1692 on his 1682 dial, putting Kevin McCauley in the 83 Cutlass out of the competition for today. Dan Piskacek, 1988 Ford Mustang. Convertible GT flavor in the left lane with a 1439 dial. Steve Watkins in the right lane with a 2017 Chevy Corvette. C7 Corvette with a 6.2 liter Chevy. 1160 dial, and he has won the race before he even took off. Dan Piskacek left by 7 thou early. Steve Watkins running in 1121 on his 1160 dial, but the race was already his. Veronica Hodgson now in the left lane in the 69 Dodge with an 1180 dial, lined up next to Ryan Ledrette, his 1971 Chevelle Malibu, 1167 dial. Veronica Hodgson, a little too anxious to get to that finish line. Leaves a little bit early, handing it over to Ryan Ledrette. He will be moving on in his blue Chevy in today's competition. That mystery Ford that I still don't have any information on has just won because the car in the left lane left by 1/100th of a second too early. So that white Ford running a 1398 at 97 miles an hour on his 1394 dial will be moving on with the competition. McKenna Thompson, the left lane, 2025 Ford F-150. McKenna's got a 1410 dial, lined up next to Jason Mercer, 84 Cutlass with an 1164 dial. And it goes to Jason Mercer in the right lane, running a 1214 on his 1164 dial. Half a second off dial, but he will move on in the competition. Next pair, Josh Klosky in the left lane, 1990 Blazer, LS-powered Blazer. On an 1160 dial next to Jessica Armstrong's 1322 dial in the right lane. Riding the brakes, Josh Klosky at the end of the track. Pays off for him, running an 1176 on his 1160 dial. He'll be moving on in the competition. Jessica Armstrong ran a 1320 on her 1322 dial. Little bit too quick there. Taryn Monroe coming up next in the white Trans Am on the tower side. Her 97 Pontiac has a 1390 dial. Dexter Winton in the right lane. That big four-door Chevy, 1966 model. Powered by a 283, and he has just won this race. Taryn Monroe, red lit off the bat. Dexter Winton actually also red lit, but by quite a bit less. So Dexter Winton in the four-door 66 Chevy, blue car in the Lordco lane, will be moving on in the competition. Running a 1815 on a 1760 dial. We got Haley Christensen in the left lane, Chaotic Customs, 1967 Chevy S10 pickup truck. Lined up next to Steve Baskerville. This 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. Pickup truck's got a 1192 dial. For this pass, Steve Baskerville with a 1374. Haley Christensen takes it. 1197 on her 1192 dial. Knocking Steve Baskerville out of today's competition. We got Sylvia Hoogstens coming up in her 1966 Mustang. She lovingly calls Baby Blue in the left lane. With an 1190 dial lined up next to Darcy Clark. 09 Dodge 1356 dial. And the little baby blue Mustang takes it. Sylvia Hoogstens knocking Darcy Clark out of the competition. Sylvia will be moving on, running an 1194 in her 1190 dial, 109 miles per hour through the traps at the end of the track. We got Sophia Getz, 2006 Ford F-150, lining up next to Tyson Lowe in his 84 third-gen Chevy Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your 20-minute standby notice. Door slammers, 20-minute standby. Both cars with a clean exit off the starting line. Tyson Lowe with a substantially better reaction time, and he did win this race. Tyson Lowe will be moving on to the competition, running a 1317 at 82 miles an hour. Now we have Nick Douglas back in his four-door Super B, the 2023 Super B with a 1217 dial, lined up next to Rob Getz with a 2024 Ford F-150. Down here from Kamloops, 5-liter Coyote engine under the hood of that pickup truck. We got a 1217 dial in the left lane, 1160 dial in the Lordco lane. Similar reaction times. It's anybody's race, but it is Nick Douglas in his 2023 Super Bee putting Rob Getz's Ford on the trailer. Nick Douglas will move on in this competition. Both drivers broke out, but Nick Douglas broke out by 1/100th less than Rob Getz. So Nick will be moving on, running a 1215 on his 1217 dial. Now we have Jim Olson in that SN95 convertible blue Mustang in the tower lane, lining up next to Justin Winton in the 66 Chevy wagon. Jim Olson leaving first with his 1540 dial. Justin Winton taking off to reel him in the wagon. And Justin Winton, the 1966 Chevy wagon, will move on in this competition. Justin Winton running a 1226 at 1212 dial, 106 miles an hour. Jordan Ormsby, 99 Pontiac in the right lane, 383 stroker motor with a 1230 dial. Jordan Ormsby wants to give a special thanks to Andy Hatton for building the car. We got Zell Gould. Last run ran a perfect reaction time, or perhaps the run before that. Either way, Zell has locked down a perfect reaction time today in that 2000 Chevy truck in the tower lane with a 1410 dial. Jordan Ormsby hands it over to Zell. Zell will be moving on in the competition. Jordan red lit by 0.05 of a second. Zell Gould running a 1401 on a 1410 dial. No pedaling necessary by Zell at the end of that run. Broke out, but Zell was already had the wind light lit up. Moving on to Super Pro Eliminations Round 1. We got Daniel Rodrigue in the white dragster in the tower lane. Lined up next to Lance Churchuk, Leduc County, Alberta. That 1970 Plymouth 5.7 Hemi. Daniel Rodrigue with a 003 reaction time already had the win light lit up because Lance red lit a bit. Dana Rodrigue running a 742 on his 732 dial. He'll be moving on with the competition for sure. That was decided at the starting line. Through the traps at 180 miles per hour. We got George LeBlanc out of Creston, BC in the right lane. That bright orange 1966 Chevelle Super Sport car with a 582 big block Chevy under the hood. Emily Gerard in the left lane in the black dragster. Driving along with Rad Torque Systems. 747 dial for Emily Gerard, and there she goes to try and reel him in. Not quite enough. George LeBlanc takes it. George lighting up the win light with a 877 on his 875 dial through the traps at 152 miles per hour. G. Van Brar in the 2012 undercover dragster. Great car in the tower lane, lined up next to Daryl Tippy. 1962 Chevy. 790 dial left lane, 1045 dial in the right lane. Similar reaction times, it's anybody's race here. G. Van Brar takes it. 790 with a 3 on his 790 dial. Through the traps at 167 miles per hour. Daryl Tippy ran a 1049 on his 1045 dial at $127. We got Colton Morin. Colton Morin in the left lane. In the 615 big block Chevy powered dragster. Mark Muscat out of Vernon in the right lane. That 77 Chevy Monza driving with nitro pinball. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods, this is your call to the staging lanes. Hot rods, come on down to the staging lanes. Colton Morin will move on in the competition after that last run, running a 769 on his 765 dial. Putting the little nitro pinball Chevy Monza out of the competition for today. We have Jason Gibson, 91 Mustang, lined up next to John Tabak. Both of these drivers with decent reaction times. And it goes to Jason Gibson. Jason takes the W on that. Running a 956 on his 952 dial. Parkin' John's S10. John ran a 1041 on a 1038 dial. We got Mike Stewart. Chiclet, driving his car named Chiclet. Bucky's Mini Excavating and Slick Works. Jeff Alder, Shawnigan Lake, BC, 1927 Model T in the right lane. We got a 1002 in the left lane, an 1117 in the right lane. Jeff Alder driving with straight line race cars and trailside contracting. And Jeff Alder hands it over to Bucky Stewart. Mike Stewart takes it with a 1007 at 130 miles an hour. We got Monique Ambrosi, Plainfield, Indiana. In a year 2000 dragster in the tower lane, lined up next to Lincoln Shirk in the right lane. Monique dialed in with a 789, Lincoln Shirk with a 762 dial. Monique's dial has been corrected. We have a 783 dial in the tower lane. 762 dial for Lincoln Shirk. Couple of green lights. Left lane, Monique Ambrosi will be moving on. Lincoln Shirk is out of today's competition. Monique Ambrosi running a 784 on her 783 dial-in. 023 reaction time on that run. John Brining coming up, Parksville, BC. In the 1980 Chevrolet Camaro in the left lane. Rocking a 632 under the hood with a 921 dial. Ted Buss in the right lane, Shawnigan, BC. 34 Ford powered by a 427 Chevy. One driver has quite a bit better of a reaction time, and it worked out for him. 921. 921 with a 2 on John's 921 dial. Through the trap at 147 miles per hour, John Brining will be moving on. Ted Buss's 34 Ford will be parked for the rest of the day. We got Lincoln Rutherford coming up. The little Ford Pinto, the white car in the tower lane. Wembley, Alberta is where he's here from. Dialed in with a 964, lined up next to Jeremy Soares, the blue dragster in the Lordco lane. That's a 2001 Cameron chassis dragster. Jeremy Soares with a 729 dial. So, of course, Lincoln leaves 2.4 seconds earlier. Jeremy Soares taken off, but Jeremy Radlett giving it to Lincoln. Lincoln will be moving on in the little Pinto. Jeremy Soares dragster will be parked. Lincoln ran a 964 with a 7 on his 964 dial. Jim Banky, 1003 dial-in next to Sean Jestico, 988 dial. 1004 on his 1003 dial-in goes to the left lane, 67 CUDA of Jim Benke. Also put down a 004 reaction time on that run. Solid effort from Jim Benke. Definitely paid off for him. We got Mike Robinson lined up next to a black Fox body Mustang that I do not have any information on. Mike Robinson, 27 Ford, going to chase him down. 913 dial left lane. 1028 in the right lane, and it goes to Mike Robinson in his 27 Ford. Putting down a 915 at 141 miles per hour on his 913 dial. Locking in that W. We have Lorenz Schwartz in his Super Sport 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo. Powered by a 468, lining up next to Brad Powell. Lorenz Schwartz with a 1002 next to Brad Powell's 719 dial. So Lorenz Schwartz is going to leave quite a bit earlier than Brad. Brad's going to meet back up with him right around the finish line. to get to the end of that racetrack. Hands it over to Lorenz Schwartz. Lighten up the red light by 7th thou, ending his day. Lorenz Schwartz will be moving on with his Monte Carlo. He ran a 10:07 and on his 10:02 dial through the traps at 133 miles per hour. We got John Jenkins. John Jenkins, an absolute killer on the tree. 1988 Chevy S10, powered by a 406. He's on a 10:04 dial, lined up next to Ron Fawcett out of Nanaimo, BC, in the slightly altered 1923 Model T, powered by a 565. Ron Fawcett with an 895 dial. John Jenkins leaving a little bit early. Leaving 5 thou early, handing it over to Ron Fawcett. But at the light, Ron Fawcett had a pretty killer reaction time too with a 008. Ron Fawcett taking it with his 940, with his 894 on his 895 dial. Emma Debris lining up. Here comes trouble in the tower lane with an 850 dial, lined up next to Jan Christensen. 78 Z28 in the right lane. 1051 dial. Jan Christensen takes it, 1063 on his 1051 dial. Across the finish line at 122 miles per hour. Emma Debris will be parked for today's competition. Now we have Greg Dowdy next to Shea Svetic. Greg in the Lordco lane, driving the 2014 rear engine dragster. Shea Svetic with the 71 Ford powered front engine dragster in the tower lane. 923 dial on the tower lane, 803 dial in the spectator lane. Solid launch for both cars, cleanly off the line. And it goes to Greg Dowdy, running an 805 on his 803 dial-in. Through the traps at the end of the track at 156 miles an hour. Shea Svetic ran a 933 on her 923 dial. Now we got Craig Johnson here, back again with his wheelie machine. 79 Chevy Malibu wagon, 1047 dial-in. Lined up next to that 3rd gen Firebird on a 915 dial. I believe that's actually a 4th gen Firebird, come to think of it. And it goes to Craig Johnson in his Malibu wagon. Parking that Firebird. Craig Johnson with a 1056 on his 1047 dial. Through the traps at 108 miles per hour. Craig Johnson will be moving on to the next round of eliminations. We have Kevin Garlick, 1971 Chevy Camaro. Nice looking car, I gotta say. Deep browny, coppery, burgundy. I don't know what you'd even call that. Great color though. Lining up next to Christopher Ermsby. 1969 Chevy Nova. One of these cars with a substantially better launch off the line. And it was Christopher Ermsby who took it. 10:03, 995. Kevin Garlick in the 71 Chevy Camaro in the tower lane had a bit of blue blowing out there. We got Kevin McNichol, 1967 Chevy Nova, Chevy 2. In the Lordco lane with a 975 dial, lined up next to Derek Shirk's red dragster in the tower lane with a 721 dial. Kevin McNichol with a 003 reaction time takes the W on that one with a 981 on his 975 dial in. Martin Rochelle lining up in the 1978 Malibu in the tower lane. 1086 dial for that blue car. In the right lane, Paul Soares 95 Grand Prix with the 803 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, we need you guys in lanes 5 and 6. Door slammers, lanes 5 and 6. Overflow is going to be in 3 and 4. So door slammers, your overflow is going to be in 3 and 4. We need you guys in lanes 5 and 6 for now. Pro Mods, you guys are on standby. Standby, Pro Mods. That was a message for the pits. Pro Mods, you are on standby. Paul Soares took that in his 95 Grand Prix. He'll be moving on in the competition, running a 805 on his 803 dial. Chris Stone with Stone Cold Racing just ran a 861 with a 008 reaction time. Through the traps at 158 miles per hour. We got Tyler Smith lining up, 1968 Chevelle, powered by a 383 Chevy, with an 1150 dial, lined up next to Dale Wood in his 72 Chevy Nova in the tower lane, with an 1126 dial in. Dale Wood will be moving on with the competition. Putting Tyler Smith out for today, Dale Wood runs a 1136 on his 1126 dial-in through the traps at 113 miles per hour. we got James Dobson. And that green, yellow, or is it yellow green? Greeny yellow, 1970 Chevy Camaro with a 1034 dial in the tower lane. Lined up next to Barry Batterson. 1965 Dodge, the black car in the Lordco lane. '65 Dodge powered by 498, and he gets off the line too quick. Leaves the line too fast, too anxious to get to the finish line. Leaves with a red, handing the win over to James Dobson, who will be moving on in the competition. Barry Batterson's Dodge will be parked for the rest of the day. We got James Eason lining up, 1972 Mustang in the left lane. Alex Eburn takes off to chase down Jeff. Jeff Eason takes the W on that one. 1064 on his 1061 dial through the traps at 123 miles per hour. Alex's Nova will not be moving on in today's competition. Terry Hoogston's left lane 1966 Chevy 2 with a 1214 dial lined up next to Rob Hodgson, the 1967 Plymouth on a 1060 dial. So Terry Hoogston gonna get the green light first. Terry Hoogston taking off. Green light for Rob Hodgson. Terry Hoogston takes the W on that one, 1221 on his 1214 dial, 103 miles per hour. Rob Hodgson's 67 Plymouth is out of today's competition. Now we have Jamie Wellwood, 1932 Bantam bodied, altered car in the tower lane with a 823 dial in. Lined up next to Ryan Isherwood, out of Cobble Hill, BC, 1966 Satellite. Left lane, 823 dial. Right lane, Ryan Isherwood with a 1085 dial. Jamie Wellwood started going wheels up at the start of that run. Ryan Isherwood with a 006 reaction time, running an 11:03 on his 1085 dial, takes the win with that race. 32 Bantam will not be moving on in the competition. We got Ryan Ledrette coming up next in the left lane, 1971 Chevy Malibu. Blue Chevelle with the two black Super Sport stripes lined up next to Dave Bull. And off goes the Silver Bullet to race down Ryan Ledrette, but the Silver Bullet has already won the race. Ryan went red by 3/10, almost 400ths. Almost 4/10 of a second. Dave Bull will move on in the competition, running a 968 on his 966 dial at 135 miles per hour. Solid run for Dave Bull. Ken Hogue coming up, left lane, 1964 Plymouth Fury. The purple car with a 1092 dial lined up next to Sean Langley's Mustang. Mach 1 Mustang gets the W on this one at the starting line. This race was won. Either way, Sean Langley running a 1165 on his 1167 dial. But Ken Hogue, 64 Fury, jumped the gun a little bit at the starting line, handing the win over to Sean Langley. Jeff Eason, left lane in the 1972 Ford Maverick. 1000 dial. Lined up with the 72 Chevelle of Walter Johnson with an 1112 dial. Across the finish line, Jeff Eason running a 1001 on his 1000 dial. Through the trap at 133 miles per hour. Jerry Brabander coming up next in the 1963 Chevy 2. Small car powered by a 350 Chevy 1061 dial. Next to Dennis Winton's Lost in Time 1966 Chevy on a 1033 dial. Jerry Brabander takes it 1072 on the 1061 dial through the traps at 119 miles per hour. Dennis Winton's car will be parked. For the rest of today's competition, he went a 1068 on the 1033 dial. Haley Christensen, 1967 Chevy C10. Next to Daryl Tippy, 1196 dial on the left, 1049 on the right. Daryl Tippy takes it in the right lane with a 1052 on his 1049 dial. Crossing the finish line at 123 miles per hour. Couple of cool looking hot rods pulling up to the starting line. We got Rob Monroe in the left lane, driving his dad's car with his dad's number, 879 dial, and Andy Antle in the right lane in that pickup truck hands the win light over to Rob Monroe, who will be moving on in the competition. Andy Antle got off the line a little bit too quick on that one. Rob Monroe running a 887 at 151 miles per hour on his 879 dial-in. And that finishes off Hot Rod Eliminations Round 1. So, track team going to take a few minutes here to get the surface prepped up. Make sure we got a nice clean, nice sticky track for these cars. Then we're going to have another qualifying run for Door Slammers. And Door Slammers, this is your last qualifying for today. Last qualifying for Door Slammers. You will get another qualifier tomorrow. So if you're in the pits and you're on the fence of whether or not you wanted to take your car down the track for another run of qualifying today, this is your last chance until tomorrow. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro mods, we need you guys in lanes 3 and 4. Tuck your cars in behind the door slammers in lanes 3 and 4. That's pro mods. Come on down to staging lanes number 3 and number 4. Attention pits, we also need Super Street. This is your standby call. Super Street, you guys are on standby. Well, while we're taking a little break here to get the track cleaned up, how about some two-step trivia, technical mind blowers? I've dropped these the past 2 bracket racing events and kind of some fun facts. Here's one for you. Fuel power. A single top fuel dragster engine produces as much horsepower as the first 8 rows of a NASCAR starting grid. Air intake. A Pro stock engine sucks in more air per minute than it takes to inflate the Goodyear blimp. Let's talk tire life. Pro level rear tires, or slicks, are lucky to last 2 miles. Compare that to your street car's 60,000 mile tire warranty. With a drag slick, there ain't no warranty. Of course, every burnout peels off a layer of rubber, gets a fresh layer of clean, hot, sticky rubber before the drag car lines up to the starting line. Let's talk fuel consumption. Top fuel drag cars don't just burn fuel, they practically inhale it. A top fueler consumes 4 to 5 gallons of nitromethane in a single quarter-mile pass, which is like a garden hose made of fuel. Here's a fun one. At the starting line, a top fuel dragster driver will hit 5 Gs, or 5 times the force of Earth's gravity, pushed back into their driver's seat. At the end of the run, after the finish line, when those parachutes hit, a driver feels about 5 times the force of gravity thrown forwards, which is a higher rate of deceleration than a fighter pilot landing on an aircraft carrier. Although drag racing has been a commercialized sport, well, kids were racing on dry lake beds in the 30s. The first commercial drag race didn't happen until June 19th, 1950, at an airport runway in Santa Ana, California. And it took until 1992 for a car to finally break the 300-mile-per-hour barrier. Kenny Bernstein was the first ever to do it, forever cementing his name in the history books. The quarter-mile choice. Bring on the door slammers. First pair of door slammers for their last qualifying of the day. We got Paul Debris Jr. in the right lane. In the Nova 2, lined up next to Mike Bedsworth in the tower lane in his 96 Olds. Bedsworth going red by 0.8 of a second. That's a tough way to lose a race. Black Nova will be moving on. Oh, sorry, this is qualifying. My mistake. This is qualifying. I just got into eliminations mode. We have all these eliminations after eliminations, and then bam! Throw a door slammers qualifying block in the middle of all the eliminations. Anyways, we got Jason Field coming up, 1971 Chevelle, powered by a 632 big block Chevy car named Overkill, on an absolute rip down this strip, crossing the finish line first with a 7:08 and a $1.92. Ken Christensen in the right lane, here from Salmon Arm in his 72 Chevy pickup, putting down at 8:25 at 163 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mods, this is your final call. Final call, Pro Mods. Howie Winklehorse, 1955 Chevy Bel Air, lined up next to Kerry Young, 03 Chevy S10. All right, guys, we have Peter Lachanis, left lane. In the tower lane, the 55 Chevy Bel Air went red. When his engine revved up there, I think it might have just broke the beam a little bit. Not sure if he was in a deep stage or what happened there, but Brian Ritchie getting across the finish line with a 784 at 175 miles per hour. Peter running a 899 at a $1.75. Andy Hatton Andy Hatton, 1969 Chevy Camaro. Lined up next to Terry Langdon in the purple and black 41 Willys from Yarrow in the Lord Co lane. Terry Langdon sleeping at the starting line. Andy Hatton getting off the line with a 0.57 reaction time, putting down an 820 at 163 miles per hour. Terry Langdon, 812 at 163 miles per hour also. We have Rod Leclerc in the Lordco lane with his door open, letting some of that tire smoke out of his car. Lined up next to the gunmetal gray Mustang of Poe Freeborn. Poe Freeborn running a 741 at 182 miles per hour. Rod Leclerc in the last run with a 672 at 201. Darren Buick in the 67 Chevy in the tower lane, putting down an 815 at 165 mile an hour. But Otto Schulte got there first in the 05 Cavalier. '92 Pontiac versus a '92 Pontiac. Steve Lowe in the left lane, 582 powered Pontiac. Mike Kenworthy in the right lane out of Arlington, Washington. 588 big block Chevy powered car, driving with Ritchie Racing. Both cars red lit. One a bit more than the other Mike Kenworthy in that last run in the right lane. He had triple zeros across the board. But that was triple zeros with a 4/10,000ths off the line too quickly. Running an 8:19 at 165 miles per hour. Steve Lowe ran a 7:82 at $1.74. We got Mark Thompson in the 54 Studebaker. Silver car with the black top. Marvel Racing, he's here from Coldstream, BC in the Tower Lane. Lining up next to Henry Zacharias out of Surrey in the white Corvette in the Lordca Lane. Studebaker's got a 598 cubic inch engine. The Corvette has a 660. Mark Thompson putting down a 738 at 184 miles per hour. Henry in the Corvette in the right lane, a 763. At 178 miles per hour. Craig Fredrickson in the left lane, 67 Nova. Black on green car, powered by a big block Chevy. Paul Debris Jr. in the right lane, a 66 Valiant. Here from Shawnigan, BC. Straight line race cars. It's who Paul Debris is representing today. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street to the rear of staging. Super Street, come on down to the staging lanes. I'll say that one more time. Super Street, come on down to the rear of the staging lanes. Craig Fredrickson getting off the line with an 0.21 reaction time, putting down a 708 at $193 miles per hour. Paul Debris Jr. running an 846 at 159 miles per hour. We got Poe Freeborn, 67 Shelby, out of Courtney, BC, powered by a 648. Comox Valley Excavating in the Tower Lane, lined up next to Paul Stretch, 2002 Chevy Cavalier J-body car. Paul Stretch with a 009 reaction time. Off the hit, tidy leave. Poe Freeborn, 710 at 193 miles per hour. Paul Stretch putting down a 713 at $193 also. We got Steve Goddard in the more orangey, burnt orange metallic car in the tower lane. 2008 Pontiac GTO body. Here out of Red Deer, Alberta. Alberta, car is powered by a 784 Chevy. Absolutely massive. Art Raz in the right lane. Also burnt orange. The 68 Chevy Camaro. A little bit more of a reddish orange on that car. 68 Chevy, but he's got a 521 Hemi under the nose of that car. Art Raz driving with Raz Construction up here from Ridgefield, Washington. Solid launch for both cars. Clean runs both sides of the track. Art Raz running a 386 to the 8th mile at 196 miles an hour. Steve Goddard running a 407 at a $178. Up next, we have Nick Duda in the left lane in that 1963 Chevy Corvette with a little 393 small block Chevy under the nose of that car. Little small block Chevy with a car with tires that fat is not a common sight to see. Couple turbos on that small block. Bit of a mad scientist is Nick Duda, but he's come up with a combination that absolutely works and works very well. Nick Duda driving with Performance World, Circle D Converters, and G-Dog. Kirk Lands in the right lane, driving the white Camaro with the black Yenko stripe down the side of it. Got a little wild there, off the throttle. Kirk Lands shutting down. Nick Duda, clean run, 555, 8th mile ET. Running 86 miles an hour. Nick Duda definitely lifted there also. Not sure what happened with Kirk Lands there. Got the track staff down on the big end, just helping get that car off the track. Healthy looking burnout. Shane Molinari from Battleground, Washington. Which is the coolest name of a city I've heard in a long time. Battleground, Washington. 1968 Firebird. Yesterday I mentioned this color was originally available on the 68 Firebird, but messed up my words a little bit. I think I said flame red or something like that. It's actually torch red. So I was close, but you can still order brand new Corvettes from the factory in torch red, this exact same color. The color that I mentioned, nickname was Pull Me Over Red. At 191 miles per hour for Shane Molinari. How about that? Getting off the starting line with a 0.95 reaction time. And here we have the blue top alcohol funny car. Top alcohol funny car here for a license pass. Hold your ears, folks. These things absolutely scream and are absolutely thrilling to watch run. In fact, it is definitely worth mentioning. Couple weeks from now, June 10th to June 14th. The Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals and Divisional. Give you a little bit more info on that. Mission Raceway Park, right here, the River Valley Ford drag strip. We will be home to the first ever Canadian Sports Nationals event, taking place June 11th and 12th before a divisional event on June 13th to 14th. So if you want to see some top alcohol funny cars and dragsters, come on out June 11th, 12th, June 13th, 14th. If seeing an absolute animal like this tickles your fancy, you're going to have a good time. Nice looking burnout, I gotta say. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Street, I'm going to give you guys a call again. Super Street, come on down to the staging lanes. Wow. How about that? Car absolutely launched down the track, swung a little way too far off to the left there, but did not touch the wall. My goodness. Top alcohol cars are an absolute different animal. So like I was saying, we're very excited to be the only Canadian track to offer a national event for the sportsman racers. So we got an action-packed weekend coming up featuring the Sports Nationals and an NHRA Northwest Division 6 divisional event. Alcohol, dragsters, and funny cars. Come on out, guys. June 11th to 14th. Mark it in your calendars. It's going to be a good time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super comp, come on down to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Super Street. Alan Beecham. My mistake. Alan Meacham.
Close enough.
I'm hearing all sorts of different versions of your name. Alan Meacham. Come on out down to the staging lanes. We need Alan Meacham in the staging lanes. Apologies for absolutely butchering your name.
So here we are, round one of Super Street. Gonna give my partner Mike here a well-deserved break. So Rob Zerbrug and Jess Dale out there now. Jess Dale turns on the win light. How about that? 1090 with a 7. 009 up front, 16 total. Nicely done. Zerbrug was 20 on the starting line and mathematically locked out. Now Jan Christensen and Rick Hilburn. Hilburn in the right lane, the red 88 Camaro. Out of Kennewick, Washington. Jan, the 78 Z28 Camaro. Finish line, it is Rick Hilburn. Jan Christensen getting to the stripe first, but by too much. Goes 1077. Now Zach Zerbrug and Christopher Ermsby. Ermsby in that beautiful black Nova right-hand lane. Zerbrug in the 68 Camaro. Couple of green lights. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super comp. We need super comp. Super comp. This is your call to the lanes. Once again, we are looking for super comp in the staging lanes. So Zerbrug gets the win. Both drivers going 1089. Zerbrug moving on. James Elliott and Dan Parsons now. Ford versus Plymouth. Adventure Dan in the right lane. Regular competitor here at Mission Raceway Park. Dan Parsons with a perfect light. Because why not, right? Parsons, oh so close to a perfect run. Trip zip up front, 1089 with a 9 for the win. James Elliott turned it red by 10 thou. So Parsons is moving on. Was under by just 8/10,000ths of a second. Oh man. Zach Rice and Todd Sims now. Couple of Chevy 2s. So it was Zach Rice getting there first by 5/10,000ths of a second. Man, Todd Sims had the advantage on the starting line, 004 to 032. But at the finish line, it is Zach Rice getting there first with a 1093 by 5/10,000ths. Wow. Now Herman Chan and Doreen Dyke. Doreen Dyke, part of the Pleasure Racing family. Beautiful 56 Chevrolet. Doreen is moving on. Herman Chan is red by 10 thou. Doreen's, thank you very much for that. I'll just run it all out, go 1084, and come on back for round 2. So a couple of regulars, guys that at least at one time would have called Pacific Raceway's home. So you'll notice the car in the left lane, Alan Matcham. Car number is 61. That would designate that he is the Division 6 reigning champion. Gonna line up beside Fred Hoffman. Easy win for Alan Meacham. Fred Hoffman goes 1090 with a 5, but is nowhere near getting the win light, as he was 083 on the starting line. Not typical, I would say. Meacham moving on. And Warren Jacobson, #1 qualifier. 1091 with a 0 through 2 rounds of qualifying. Scores himself the bye here in round 1. Odd numbered field resulting in no dance partner for Warren. He essentially gets another time trial. How about 1091? That'll work. 006 up front. And I do believe that's going to do it for round number 1 of Super Street. So we've got our first pair of Super Comp cars ready to rock and roll. However, we're just going to give the surface a quick drag before we send them down. Well, folks, we certainly appreciate having you at Mission Raceway Park. Thanks for coming out today. I see the bouncy castle is still going strong, along with the giant slide. Hey, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock, super stock combo. Stock, super stock combo. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need stock, super stock combo to the rear of staging. You are on a ladder. We'll get you paired up as you arrive. Once again, stock, super stock combo. This is your call to the staging lanes. And we'll give a standby call to motorcycle. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call now for Motorcycle ET. Motorcycle. You guys can come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 1 and 2. So we made the call for Motorcycle ET to lanes 1 and 2. We're also going to make the call to put Pro Extreme Bike along with Super Gas on standby. Standby call going out to Pro Extreme Bike and Super Gas. All right, based on the chatter I'm hearing over the radio, the tractor is coming off the surface, so we are ready to go with the first pair of Super Comp cars. Drivers get the signal to fire up, roll into the water, put a little heat in the rear tires, clean them off. So Justin Bond coming up tower side for JBS Equipment. So Justin Bond with the weekend off from his regular race car, which is an NHRA Pro Mod entry. Well, this is kind of interesting. So points leader in pro bracket so far in 2026 is a guy by the name of Andy Kloski. And he has been absolutely killing it. Now, unfortunately for him, he's not able to attend today's race. So we'll get back to this in a second. Justin Bond turned at 3 thou red against a guy who went 117 on the starting line. He's going to be kicking himself for that one, no doubt. So Steve Horton moving on. He'll be back for round number 2. Now Emily Gerard and Warren Keane coming up. So I get a text from Andy explaining how he's not going to be here today. I guess he's worried about Chris Stone going on a run, so I'm told to offer this out. He wants to put a bounty on Chris Stone's head. So to any pro bracket driver that can take out Chris Stone, well, it's not $1,000, but it's a $50 bill. Still not bad. I mean, if I'm lining up beside Chris Stone, clearly I want to beat him anyway. $50 is just a little more incentive. So there you go. A bounty on Chris Stone's head put out there by Andy Kloski, the points leader. So Emily Gerard with the win over Warren Keane. Keane had the starting line advantage, but came up just 897 on the 890 index at the finish line. Gerard was much closer to the 890 mark with an 892. So it was her crossing the finish line first by 35 thousandths. Now Reed Holland and Selena Lenahan. The Reed Holland, 895. 024 up front. Selena Lenahan missed the tree a little bit. We'll just leave it at that. Then came up 905. Now James Cowie, tower side in the Mundy's Towing and Recovery car. There's your top alcohol dragster world champion. Standing at the back of that car, Sean Cowie. Taking on Tom Papp. Papp in the right lane. That'd be a win light for James Cowie. So Papp turned it red at the starting line. So James Cowie essentially got another time hit, had his win light on. There was no turning that around. So he got a freebie. Brandon Hutchinson in the right lane. Dave Archibald in a 1991 Ford Probe. While certainly not unheard of, a door car in Super Comp is kind of rare. Dragster is usually the ride of choice. So just 5 pound difference in reaction times. Finish line says Brandon Hutchinson is moving on. 892 on the 890 index. It was Archambault with the starting line advantage. But at the stripe takes 50 thou to be under by 16 thou. Now Richard Love and Mark Loftus. Richard Love turns it red by 9 thou, so it was over early. Love winds up 901, 152 miles an hour. Mark Loftus, basically on a time trial, goes 891. That'll work. Dale Green should have faced Tyler Daglish, but Tyler not making the call. Dale Green puts it dead on with a 2. So we'll see Dale Green coming back in that DG machine car. Attention to the pits, Dave Kowalski. Dave Kowalski. Your presence is requested over at Nick Dudah's pit. Dave Kowalski, can you please head on over to Nick Dudah's pit? Once again, Dave Kowalski. If you could go see Nick Dudah at his pit, that would be great. So apparently we are missing a car for stock super stock combo. Clarence Bidniak. Clarence Bidniak. We need you in the staging lanes. Clarence Bidniak. Please report to staging, or if you're not going to make it, come and let us know. Once again, we need Clarence Bidniak to the staging lanes. We'll also go ahead and make the call now for Pro Extreme Bike. Pro Extreme Bike, this is your call to lane number 6. Pro Extreme Bike to lane number 6. And we'll put Super Gas on standby. Standby call for Super Gas. So while he might be broke, we're going to make a call for Clarence Bidniak once again. And if you can't make it, please let us know. That would be handy. So Greg Marshall and Rick McKinney, a couple of local guys. McKinney with the win. How about dead on with a 2? 017 on the tree, dead on with a 2, 19,000 total. So Greg Marshall went 12-16 with a 0. Unfortunately, he was less than stellar on the starting line, so it didn't work out. Now Alf Weed. So Darcy Clark was nowhere to be found. Rod Stultz got a freebie. Now Jim Mantle and Burke Taylor. So just shy of 4.5 seconds. That's how long Burke Taylor's gonna have to sit there and watch that AMC Pacer just drive away. Burke Taylor was not patient enough. Turned it red by 40,000, so Mantle was out there, saw his win light, I'm quite sure, went, yeah, I'll take that. So we'll make a call now for Super Gas. Super Gas, this is your call to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Super Gas, we need Super Gas to the rear of staging, and with that, we'll give a standby call to Top Comp. Top Comp, this is your standby call. Super Gas to the rear of the lanes, please. Pete Legg and Bruce Flodine. say that neither driver really mowed down the tree. In fact, it was very much so the opposite of that. How about Pete Legge? Gets the win light with a 2:59 reaction time, then goes 13:52 on the 13:45 dial. But that was enough to outrun Bruce Flodine, whose light started with a 5. Really, really hard to make the math work when you're that far behind right off the starting line. Now Norm LaPointe, our number 1 qualifier. And Dave Jung. Jung in his super stock Camaro. Norm LaPointe is your winner on a double breakout. LaPointe was 14 thou under. Dave Jung was twice that, 28 thou under. It was Jung with the starting line advantage, 014 to 026. But Norm LaPointe was the lesser offender in a double breakout. Now Ken Johnson and John Buczynski. Buczynski in that AAR CUDA. So I really did not think that this was going to go Buczynski's way based on the reaction times. Ken Johnson was strong with an 022 reaction time. John Buczynski was 197. At the finish line, however, Ken Johnson takes 0.2 of a second at the stripe to be under by 1 thou. Oh man, actually well under 1 thou, 5/10 thou. He's going to be wanting a do-over. Not going to get one, but he's going to be wanting one. Now Clarence Bidniak. Based on his racer in distress request, I'm going to say he's had the oil pan off this thing since the second round of qualifying. Wheels up for both cars. Ed Hodder turns it way, way red. Basically left on nothing. Bidniak was 014. And on a time trial, essentially goes 10:31 on the 10:20 dial. Off the gas and coasting at just 113 miles an hour. And that'll be it for Stock Super Stock Combo. Bill McDonald with a single here in round number 1. Number 1 qualifier gets the bye. 045 up front, then 2 above the dial. 914 on the 912. Adam Hetler and Mark Campbell. Whoa. Mark Campbell had a pretty big time starting line advantage, but bike violently wanting to make itself cross the center line. He had to fight back pretty hard, but he did. So we're going to make another call for Super Gas. Super Gas, we need Super Gas. Super Gas, please report to the rear of staging. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down. Top Comp, be ready to go. Top Comp, you are on standby. So Adam Hetler gets the win light with a 3:07 reaction time. Should maybe count himself as a little bit fortunate. Now Jay Dudley and Jody Brickwood. Brickwood in the right lane, dialed 930. Dudley in the left lane, dialed 969. So Jay Dudley had about a 10.5 advantage on the starting line, but did not parlay that into a win light. Took well over half a second at the stripe to be under by 3 hun. Brickwood left late, then had a little bobble early in the run. The end result, 968 on the 930. So there's another guy who should count himself as fortunate to have gotten the win light. Riley Toth and Clayton Potter. Riley Toth, recognizing he had a little bit of room to work with. Went 866 at just 132. He'll be back. Now Zach Toth, part of the next generation from the Toth family. Al Almond, multi-time track champion here at Mission Raceway. Took the last couple of years off, but hey, he's back. Dialed 886 on the Kawasaki. So Zach Toth able to run him down. Goes 2 above, 847 on the 845 dial. Al Almond had the starting line advantage, but came up weak on the number at the finish line. Now Corey Craig and Cody Minor. Cody Minor from Red Cliff, Alberta. So we have had a tire cover turned into the tower. Was left behind in the staging lanes. We're pretty sure it came from a purple Plymouth Fury. So if you happen to be running a purple Plymouth Fury, and you own a cream-colored tire cover that you can't find anywhere, that would be because it's up here in the tower. Now Dave Toth and Jay Ams. So it was Cody Minor with the win in that last pairing. So Jay Ams dialed 10 seconds exactly. Oh, a whole bunch of tire spin. This should be an easy one for Dave Toth, and it looks like it is going to go down exactly that way. So this next pair will be Mission BC versus Airdrie, Alberta. Steve Campbell in the right lane. Out of Airdrie, Alberta, dialed 815. Isaac Hazelton, Tower Side, local guy from right here in Mission aboard his Suzuki. He's dialed 1150. He left too soon. Turned it red, Steve Campbell on a freebie. So 16 up front, then 822 on the 815 dial. So we're going to go ahead and make the call now for Top Comp. Top Comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need Top Comp to the lanes, please. Once again, listen up in the pits. Top Comp. This is your call to the lanes. And with that, we're going to give a standby call to our junior classes. Junior dragsters and junior street. This is your standby call. Top Comp. We need you now. Top Comp, this is your call to the lanes. So Daryl Storzik gets around Kevin Brennan. Brennan too quick. Winds up 885 on the 890. Storzik 873 on the 860. Kevin Brennan had a huge starting line advantage. When he looks at the stripe margin on this time slip, he's going to be a little disappointed in himself. I have no doubt about that. Here comes Pro Extreme Bike. So we go from motorcycle ET to a heads-up class. So Matt McKay Smith and Scott Richardson. Sounds like a name I've heard before. Right lane getting it done. 652 getting there ahead of a 651. That's a whole shot win for Scott Richardson. Nicely done. Two more in the water. Rob Aston and Jean Petrie. Could just be Gene, but kind of a complicated guy. I'm going to go with Jean. Rob Aston likes to get all the heat in the rear tire. So unfortunately, we lost one of the timing blocks around the 1,000-foot mark. So it's going to be a couple of minutes while we get that taken care of. So while it's a little bit quiet, we have made the call for a tire cover that's been turned into the tower. We believe it came from that purple Plymouth Fury that runs in Hot Rod, I believe. Not 100% sure of that. But if you're missing your tire cover, chances are pretty good we've got it up here in the tower. So rolling right along through this day, pretty big run order we're dealing with. But we are making progress in getting through it. But there is lots more to come. So last night, Pro Mods only received 2 rounds of qualifying, hence why you saw them just a little bit ago. So their qualifying is now complete. We're going to see them, along with X275 and Triple Index, roll into eliminations. Not too far from now. Top Fuel Harleys also on deck for a couple more rounds of qualifying. They will eliminate tomorrow. So we have got lots of great stuff coming at you soon. So again, want to thank you for coming out to Mission Raceway Park today. We are thrilled to have you here. Just want to remind everybody on the spectator side, you are more than welcome to come on over here to the pit side and check things out. Sounds like we got a little party going on upstairs. Welcome to you guys, too. That was cool. It was just like pushing a noise button. So Supergas is going to be the next class going down the track. Just giving the surface a little rub before we do that. Kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone. We're taking care of the timing block out there at 1,000 feet while prepping the surface for the next class. So we were talking about the party on the 3rd floor. Want to give a special welcome to everybody from Veeam for spending the day with us here at Mission.